Maintenance task confirmation is acknowledged. All decks are prepared for hyperspace. Attention all carrier crew. Friendship drive engaged. Attention. Counting down to jump. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
What's going on, guys? Jurassic here. Today we're back with Elite Dangerous Odyssey. Alright, so today's goal is we're going to be using the Trailblazers to actually take a more efficient route to getting our colonization up and running. Last time we got our industrial stuff somewhat started, however we still have an extraction unit. We're also going to start working on construction areas that we're able to get hubs up. The reason why we want the hubs is because they're going to have a lot more materials for our outpost to actually gather. So then we're going to have the hubs on the planet closest to the outpost, which should allow us to have the maximum amount of resources heading over to the area, which will maximize our profit. In theory. So we need to get over to our ship. And we're going to have to buy a ton of steel and aluminum. Thankfully, friends here to help us out too. Once we get inside of our ship, we'll be able to communicate better with them. Actually, let's see. We have a installation up. The reason why we went with the installation, they're not going to actually supply any materials. So I noticed like the space farm that we built, that doesn't generate any food at all. However, it does allow more places on the ground to be built for that production of food. So some stuff are just literally going to be built that we have a prerequisite for the better materials. And on top of that, they're going to be needed for you to advance your colony to get the construction points, which will move things along for you. Unfortunately, you don't have an infinite amount of construction points, so even if you have all the prerequisites filled, like some of the stuff we have currently, we're not able to build the industrial hub because we don't have the construction points for it. Why is that still not working? Hello, friend. I was going to turn him off. I don't know why GLaDOS is still having issues. That's weird. Anyways, hello friend, how's it going? This is the first time I went to this system, so unfortunately I have no clue how close we are to the Trailblazer. I assume there's going to be a lot of people over here too. What I was trying to go to is the one we were going to last night for everything, and that one was fully taken over. So currently the fleet carrier already has all the, or most of the buy order set. I think it still has like 5,000 left over. Do you want to focus on the aluminum or steel first?
Frameshift drive charging.
Goodbye, Commander.
4, 3, 2, 1.
So I can probably start with the steel because it's going to need 7,800. Yeah, okay. So you focus on aluminum. It's a little crazy.
Warning, frameshift drive operating beyond safety limits.
I didn't realize that they actually had ships inside the game to help us out with the colonization efforts. I accidentally stumbled upon one yesterday, and then now I'm starting to see like articles that were actually describing that they actually purposely put these ships in the game to help us out. I just didn't know about it. If I can actually find the Trailblazer, it's a little bit far away from our fleet carrier. Like I said, I've never been to the system before, so unfortunately, we didn't get the premium spot. However, it's at least in the same system, so we're not going to have to be jumping like back and forth a whole bunch. We're just going to have to use our booster a little bit. Oh, Trailblazers is also going to be marked under points of interest instead of a settlement or anything else, just in case you didn't know that. Also, when we get there, we can get a few repairs in. I had some slight issues with the ground stations, but you know what? It's fine. So we're kind of splitting the resources between two of them. Well, actually, another big one that we're going to have to do is 5,600 CMM composites. You know what? I'll start with the CMM on the Trailblazer. The cool thing about the Trailblazers is they're the only thing that's actually considered a military site that's actually not on the planetary area, so you should be able to buy all your CMM here without having to go to the ground ports. And that'll save us a ton of time, so yeah, I'll start with CMM. Steel, titanium, all that stuff we can always get anywhere else, it doesn't really matter, but that's going to be the biggest one. And also, whenever we jump back, we want to have both our ships full of random goods. That way, we don't have to do this jump more than once. Which hopefully we'll be able to get the majority of the bulk in this one trip. And then the next runs, we won't have near as much stuff to do. Alright, so let's see. Yeah, and I should mention that next week's Elite Dangerous streams are canceled. I will be out of town. Although I might be able to do the Thursday afterwards. We'll see when we actually get back.
Docking request denied.
I'll have to look and see, friend. I'm not sure if there's a remote way to move my fleet carrier. If there's like an app for Elite Dangerous where I can actually download it and like have it move, that'd be cool. Hey, good evening, Homs. How's your night going tonight?
Landing gear deployed.
Kinda stuck trying. It's gone alright so far. I see that the update still hasn't dropped in Star Citizen yet. Kinda stuck trying to figure out what to do for tomorrow. Either New World, Star Citizen, or Assassin's Creed Shadows.
Hull integrity critical. Docking successful.
My hull is fine. Quit freaking out. Alright, so let's see here. See you. Let's go with the Margaret first. Don't expect it until next week. Gonna farm up as much AUEC as I can in the meantime. Yes! This is what we're here for.
Cargo hold at maximum capacity. Ship raised. Engine.
You sure they're not going to do a money wipe? Every single time they give us money like this, it seems like they always have a money wipe. That's the only reason why I'd be hesitant on Star Citizen. Because I don't know where their current goal is heading. Hopefully next time we jump here, friend, it's a much closer area.
Frameshift drive charging.
Oh, you're not sure? Or what? Oh, no, they won't wipe the money. I hope you're right. I do hope that. No, Vinny bought a mole. Dravis has a mole. Still trying to decide if I should buy one or if I should just focus on more like a combat ship. So when I got the Scorpius, which I really like, I just really like the way it looks. Though I know the F8's much stronger. I clicked the button. If you see any other commodities that you don't normally see, friend, let me know, because I think the HE stuff we're going to have to grab here. But I'll just have that loaded up on my ship before we even take off, so we won't have to really worry about that being bought on the fleet carrier. Just trying to have the fleet carrier buy like the bulk stuff for us, and anything that's kind of rare, so like the liquid oxygen, for example, that one's kind of annoying to get, so that's a buy order. CMM, like I said, this avoids having to like go down to planets buying it from them, so we'll be able to grab it from space. I think the rest is going to be relatively common stuff though, so I don't think there's too much that we actually need from them. It's just mainly the bulk orders. So now that I've been to the system, I can see if I can move the fleet carrier over an inch. So I feel like we're going to be here longer than 15 minutes anyways. Assume that there's a spot closer. There might not be any. I'm still going to fly past this, aren't I?
Hull integrity compromised.
So I was under the impression that there would be a lot more like bigger stuff for like huge groups to do in New World hubs. I guess it's going to be mostly open world group stuff, and there's like a few raids. What Dravis was saying at least. So I don't think that there's like too many like dungeons like in WoW, for example. Or at least not yet. I'm understanding the way he described it. Alright, so hold on, let me see where we're actually at. So the only problem is we're... Yeah, it's not actually going to list where it's actually located at. We're here. So if we look on the normal map, we might be able to figure out like where the fleet carrier's most optimal spot is, assuming that we can actually get one closer, because there's a lot of fleet carriers in this area. There's no guarantee for it. Seven, 9. By the way, friend, I should also mention that there is a couple of like the bigger stations here. They might be closer to grab your stuff. I don't think there's an actual way to see where this Trailblazer's at, though. Unless I actually type it in the search bar. Hold on. Yeah, so we can't really see which planets is near, so next time we get over towards there, I'll see if I can look on the map and see like where I'm at, and possibly find like a location. This might be the closest we can get, though. So let's jump across.
4, 3, 2, 1, engage.
You said you're focusing on which one, friends? Aluminum?
Where is everyone?
Good question. Mustang's decided he's on a break from the Dangerous because he's tired of the his grinding party. He's waiting for it to be patched out, or they put Thargoids back in. Dravos asked where everyone was, so I decided to answer him.
I hope you are in good health.
It's alright, Mustang, I'm on that same kick.
Well, you never actually joined for the Thargoid stuff.
No, I actually picked up my job and didn't get a chance to try to fight for stuff, and then I got really sad when it didn't.
You don't like transporting 7K commodities with 710 cargo ship. That's only for the big outpost Mustang. Most of them's not that much.
You need to invest in New World.
Still trying to get people to buy New World.
No, I just started it because more people were saying they're interested in it. So don't start trying to pin me as one that's.
What is your selling point to New World?
Hull integrity
What is my
compromised.
selling point to New World?
Yes, why should Mustang buy it?
It doesn't take you 50 hours to get it anywhere.
How long does it take you to get your farming up?
Not that long.
Mm-hmm.
It's the refining that takes the longest.
Oh, so the same thing that you've been complaining about in Star Citizen, you do at New World.
It doesn't take as long as Star Citizen.
No, so just wanted to clarify. So the things that you complain about, you do in both games.
So, fun fact, it still takes you 30 minutes to refine at minimum in Star Citizen, whereas in New World, it takes as long as you want to go out and gather the shit to refine.
Departure complete. Goodbye.
Which is how long?
However long you want to spend gathering, and then you go back, you refine it, it's an instantaneous thing. And then you refine it into gear or items or whatever you want to use to try and sell or wear or do whatever with.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Don't act like you know, because you haven't done a single bit of it.
Of course I haven't. Why would I want to sit there and do that in an MMO?
Frameshift drive
The
charged.
same reason why you do it in Star Citizen and in Elite.
4,
Don't do it in Star Citizen.
1.
Oh, you've never gone mining.
Yeah, I've gone mining. It's a different gameplay loop. I don't do it for money. Yeah, I've done salvaging. What about it?
What do you mean you don't do it for money?
I don't only mine because it's fun. I don't do it for the profit. If for the profit, it'd be hard to justify since it takes several days to get the money.
Warning. Frameshift drive operating.
Okay, you're not gonna. Alright, shut up. Fucking troll.
I mean, it's true.
You're a troll. You're trolling me. Shut up.
Warning. Frameshift drive operating beyond safety
Who's
limits.
Hobbs? Wait. I know who Hobbs is. When did Hobbs talk? Are you trying to call me Hobbs right now, Mustang?
Well, Hobbs was talking in the chat earlier.
Oh, I didn't see it. I wasn't here.
There you go. See, he talked again. If they have to add players who just want to be sitting on a bunch, plus if no longer have a need for it, I can just focus on rep grinding. Yeah, that's why I think there's going to be a wipe. I personally don't think the server can handle too many players just running around. And on top of that, even if it does handle it, I think it's going to make the game very unfun because it's just going to be ships that just go around and insta-kill you.
Yep. It's fun.
Especially in Pyro, where all the missions are in the same spot all the time.
The reality is they're going to make it so that only select people can have it at a time, and guess who those people are going to be?
Not the ones who complain about it daily.
Well, no, it's going to be the ones who, have, 3,000 people that can just go farm that shit instantly and then, suck their cock under the table.
I don't want to know about your extracurricular activities. So this game allows you to refine things instantaneously compared to the other two, but you don't like Elite Dangerous' mining because? It's because of the stuff you have to pick up when you're mining?
Put a laser to the surface of a rock,
Yes.
and little ore pieces pop out instead of actually like breaking the rock down and giving you a bunch of it. And I have to rely on limpets instead of scooping it to my ship in some way, shape, or form.
You can scoop it if you prefer.
Well, in a meaningful manner.
What exactly is your meaningful manner? Yeah, this is a genuine question.
The same way any other game has done it. Break the rock up, that way you know you actually did the shit. Get more than 12 pieces of a fucking item out of a giant asteroid. Have more abundance of it in the universe, because holy shit.
There's plenty of abundance.
Oh, is there?
Yeah.
Then why is it's only platinum that you can actually make money off of?
Make money off of anything. Platinum's just the one that's bought the most.
Yeah, the profit.
Yes. Same with Quantanium and everything else in Star Citizen. Some things are just worth more. Same reason why you don't see people trying to sell tungsten.
Well, the problem is you just can't get abundance of anything else to actually make enough money off of it.
You can. You just have to go to hotspots.
No, because your ship doesn't carry enough freaking payload to actually do it.
Yeah, it does. I haven't just gotten into it too much, that's why.
It is literally boring to me. Maybe I don't know how to explain it right, but it is a very boring loop to me. I went out and tried it.
It's because you're in a horrible ship.
And what ship am I supposed to use?
Python.
How much does a Python cost?
1 million or less?
And how am I supposed to buy a Python if I don't have the money to buy it? And how am I?
How are you going to get the money to buy it if you never play?
I don't have it.
You gotta play to earn.
That's
There's literally missions in my system where you have to kill pirates for 22 million a pop.
Landing gear retracted.
I mean, the ones where they come and swarm you non-stop until you die, and you can't do it solo.
There's group ones and then there's solo ones. You're just a little overwhelmed. So there's a little icon that shows if it's a group quest or not, the ones that you're able to share. The other ones you can actually do solo much easier.
Frameshift drive charging.
Or you can do basic stuff like moving commodities back and forth to make a profit to afford bigger ships. Cargo hauling. Sorry, my cat started acting goofy as soon as I hit super. Did your cat attack the screen? Yeah, let's see here. Hobbs and of course buy me components. Dravo said earlier he lost a bunch of commodities. He was talking about Star Citizen Mustang, not this game.
Yeah, I just logged out and logged back in until I saw them again, and they rendered on my C2.
Oh, so you didn't actually lose them.
I thought it was that bug that what's-his-face had, but I did lose them.
Started to be rowdy with each other and I had to separate them. So of that chin, no word yet? I don't know. Dravos, did you ever get your ice that you were supposed to be mining?
I cannot find an abundance of ice to save my life. I've got enough tin. Just can't find any ice.
I'll cheer for the orange one if you have one. I'll cheer for the tiger-looking one. Tiger print. So I don't know, friend. Have you actually showed us your cat pictures. Got a whole pet Discord channel. Are you working tomorrow, Dravos, or are you off?
So I'm in a unique predicament. I'm currently running a fever, and my doctor does not want me to go back to work until I've gone 24 hours without a fever.
Hey, how's your stream going tonight? So,
That means I cannot take fever reducer either. That's in a note as well. So,
your doctor doesn't want you to go to work, but you haven't called out yet?
oh, I've called. I've called in already. It's 2 hours or an hour and a half past when I was supposed to be in. I called way earlier to.
Oh, okay.
Came in channel before.
Gotcha. How's your guys' stream tonight? I saw you guys were playing with the Orange Phoenix. We are taking advantage of Trailblazer Echo to try to get our commodities clear. My fastest though.
Hull integrity compromised.
Let's see. I was doing the first bit of my 24-hour stream, going to grab 4 hours, then do another 15. Oh, nice! What were we up to in the universe? Make sure you take some sleep and take care of yourself in that 4 hours. Well, I hope you feel better, Javos.
Yeah, well, I should after the whole slinky effect on these stops.
On a side note, when did you start keto?
1. Engage.
I'm kind of, I haven't really gotten a good start to it, so.
Oh, but I mean, like, did these symptoms start like 5 days after you started?
No, it wasn't.
Okay.
I
'Cause there is a keto flu too. That's why I was asking when you actually started.
I didn't get into keto enough when I wanted to start it. For
Gotcha.
it to be the reason why.
Welcome, Commander. I hope you are in good health. Docking request.
So, if you're up for playing tomorrow, do you prefer Star Citizen or New World?
It doesn't matter to me. Obviously I prefer New World if we got enough people that want to play it.
I think Nico would also pick the same option.
Landing gear deployed.
Getting ice now is not worth it the time it takes to refine. Now, there's a couple different refining processes in that game, Mustang. For Star Citizen, at least.
Yeah, so you don't have to only do dinks or ferrox. You can. Yeah, I've been doing Cormac and RCX to speed it up. So
Is it working out for you?
yeah.
Docking confirmed.
Nice.
Ship is secure. Hello, Commander. How may we assist you?
By the way, Mustang, if you happen to colonize the system, there's Trailblazer ships that have majority of the commodities that you need. So I do recommend just parking your fleet carrier over one of them. That way you're able to grab them much quicker.
Landing gear retracted.
Typically, what else do you hear?
Confirmed. Underway.
Okay, if you guys are new here, we do stream Elite Dangerous on Thursday and Fridays. Mondays, we usually do Star Citizen. Tuesday, we've been doing Assassin's Creed Shadows lately.
Frameshift.
Wednesdays is our off day. Saturdays we usually keep as like a big open day for whatever the community wants to play.
3, 2, 1.
I think we'll see the patch at least till next Friday based on the condition of the PTU.
Warning.
Did that rough hops?
Safety limits.
I'll tell you one thing, I will not be home for any of that. Vids I've watched, yes? Really? It's a surprise, because I assume the people who are actually on that probably have like the beefier computers too. So no, I'm actually marking the person I want to mark. Here we go. You're doing a lot of tuning? Well, hopefully by the time it's out and balanced, it'll run fairly well. No word of possible release candidates yet this weekend, so yeah, probably the end of the next week. But most definitely, I don't even think they work on the weekends, honestly. Well, I know they have in the past when it's like a super huge like server error going on, but usually they keep Saturday and Sundays off, from what I noticed. They just need to adopt what Elite Dangerous did. Like, they're going to have to do the same PvE mode, and then they're also going to have to do just like turn the server off and back on. Like, set a schedule, just make it so people know where the schedule is. You want to have different regions, just have different regions staggered with the different times off. That way, if people play like super late like we do, they can just have like an Asia server start early versus a American server that restarts later on. I think that would fix a lot of their issues. But I will agree, Dravos, we do mine a lot of platinum in this game, mainly because that's the most profitable.
Yeah, I mean, listen, that in the long run of things, Elite is not a bad game. I don't know. I want there to be more to it, and they're the only. Between them and Star Citizen, I think they're the ones that are going to accomplish actually adding a new whole gameplay loop into their game first. As far as like
most definitely
money income goes, but it looks like that's not going to be for a little while on both sides of the field as far as Star Citizen and ED goes.
Mustang says, I think the most profitable are the core minerals. I know you liked money in this game, Mustang. I've only seen you do it like twice so far. Platinum is the easiest one. All the laser mining is easy. Yeah, Dravos doesn't like platinum mining. Though he was using a Type 9, so that could be some of his reasoning. So your ships with much better handling. They have less cargo space, but you're able to mine with it and then go out much faster.
I like a little complication to my mining. See, the fact that I went and mined an entire 192 SCU worth of that new freaking material that's worth more than Quantanium and Pyro and sold that shit for 5.7 million, I like the challenge.
I agree, friend. If Dravos did decide to do ExoBio, he might actually make some money with other gameplay loops.
Docking request granted.
And if I saved my money from birth, I'd be a millionaire right now. But, you know, sometimes we just don't get what we want.
Bertha? Oh, I thought you were talking. I thought you were talking about your Type 9 being. nice being able to come to this place and be able to grab the CMM without having to worry about landing on a planet, though.
Hull integrity compromised. Taking damage. Docking successful. Engines disengaged.
I think that ship is unfortunate. It only had 700 cargo. That's your CMM.
Cargo hold at maximum capacity. Ship raised.
Honestly, now that I have a fleet carrier, we probably could do a pretty big exobio expedition someday, friends.
Landing gear.
I need to get my engineering materials back up too after our last trip with Mustang running a little bit low on it. Kind of crazy because it was a huge amount that we had, but it's just engineering multiple ships. You just run through the stuff super quick. Let's see here. First trip into the black was in a Diamondback when it was back in a Diamondback, and I made an easy 10 mil. I was telling Dravis about that with the ED Copilot. It'll sort of point you in the right direction for some of the more rare ones. I suppose I can make my weekend's goal Reclaimer since I melted that pledge. As long as it doesn't break Hobbs. I heard Reclaimers are usually cursed.
Reclaimer's curse? No.
Yes.
They don't have boxes that jettison themselves into the side of the ship and blow it up or anything like that.
Ever had a problem with yours?
They're not cursed. There's no way they actually like light speed 32 SU containers out into space and blow a ship up that's passing by.
Even print 32? I thought they could only do 16.
No, I brought one in from a salvage, and then somebody was coming to attack me, and apparently I blew them up with that container.
Oh. Kind of wish Star Citizen would adopt a more shield approach like this game has. This one, it makes the shields actually feel like they're useful. Which I guess Star Citizen's trying to figure out the balance for that, because apparently some of the bigger ships are now getting more shields. But hopefully that doesn't mean that they're going to run out of power now. Sort of like the Redeemer, you can't even put all the points into the shields that it has, which is sort of a moot point if it has that many shields if you just can't power them.
What Star Citizen has right now is an integrity field generator. That's what it has.
Gamer is crazy, it's my expanse ship. Today we'll get a salvage overhaul, it might be fun again.
You know,
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see if they decide to do salvaging in this game.
you know the difference between a field integrity field generator and a shield.
Sure, either one exists.
I didn't say a fact. I said, do you know what the difference is?
What's the difference?
A shield is an actual protective bubble around your ship. The integrity field generator literally is a it's a field, first off, that develops the details of your ship and makes it harder for kinetic projectiles and energy projectiles to penetrate your hull.
Scan detected.
Uh-huh. Yeah, salvaging, but it's only getting items from abandoned ships, crushed ships, etc.
And the thing is that you can burn them out. I know it's it's a fucking sci-fi thing. You can burn them out quicker. The integrity field generators.
So far, this one feels more realistic. It's kind of funny since the one touts more and tries to act more.
Feels more space generic.
I mean, there's actually a proper line that you have to enter a planet from, proper line that you exit from. Shields seem to actually do something and matter. If a big ship hits you in this game, it actually does something instead of nothing.
Well, yeah, I mean,
there's a lot of stuff that Elite Dangerous has done.
it's not about shields and integrity field generators, but you kind of went off on a tangent of, yes, ED has a little bit more realism to
A lot of
be
stuff.
expected of stuff, yeah. Listen, there's nothing wrong with being the pretty boy of games, okay?
And that works, has more science backing. I don't know, it's hard to dispute.
Hey, listen. You can have all of that, or you can pay $200 for your starter ship. Huh?
Or what Elite Dangerous could do, they could partner with NASA and just be stars ahead of every other space game.
Hey, whoa, slow down.
I'm just saying, can you imagine if one of the astronauts in the space station was caught like playing a space game? That'd be the best advertisement for any space game ever.
A little too much sense. A lot of too much sense, actually. You need to slow that roll and think about the money.
The engine of ED is old. The engine of both games are old. The fact that Elite Stellar Forge accurately predicted several star systems. Really? I didn't know that. That's cool.
Warning. Range time operating beyond safety limits.
I think next time we do Elite Dangerous, we're gonna have to do either Thargoid stuff or go back to some combat stuff.
Elite Dangerous is literally the epitome of... So...
Realism?
No, let me finish what I'm saying, damn it. The epitome of... So, Star Citizens look all nice and dressed up and all that, but let me do it better with a lower budget.
I mean, I guess kind of. Still way more realistic. Trappist, one accurately determined that the correct amount of planets and systems had. SC and Elite are the same age, but Elite had been fully released.
At no point did my comment state anything about Star Citizen being better than Elite.
I know you. Yes, you said Star Citizen's the pretty boy version.
Star Citizen is just graphics. That's it. That's all it is. I'm sitting here doing this, and the only reason why I'm doing it is because it feels convincingly pleasurable to fucking mine and refine this shit. I really need to just get on New World and go farm money so that we have an income that I can split amongst us all. But the reality of this is that for whatever reason, I'm addicted to the mining process that is fucking Star Citizen.
A few people have hinted at it in the past, and I kind of agree with them. Like, honestly, it seems like graphics peaked like 10 years ago. Like, if you look at a chart, graphics performance-wise, back then, things worked better and still looks good. There's a very minimal quality increase in today's games, and they just don't run as good.
Yeah, no.
Including the Pretty Boy game.
The market right now is intentionally trying to find ways to sabotage graphics so they can continually sell us graphic cards at higher prices, saying the graphics are getting better. I don't know if you've been paying attention to the whole NVIDIA situation and them getting called out for all these things they're adding to their fucking graphics card that are not needed.
I haven't really been paying attention to that, but I've just been paying attention to the VRAM's been like steadily like 8 is like the center point for some reason. is no bueno, especially in today's world where some games just require more than 8.
Docking request denied.
Oh wait, sorry, Orange Phoenix, I didn't realize that you were also in the chat. How was your stream tonight?
Docking request granted.
And it would record
Scan detected.
and play the entire trip of whatever you put into the human system. Perfectly fine. Problem is, we do not have enough processing power and memory power to deal with that.
The problem is the, I know it makes some games look a little bit pretty, but it almost feels like ray tracing is just a scam to make games. They add like a very minimal amount and it makes the performance just worse, especially for games that are forced to have ray tracing on. They typically seem to run worse.
It is. It's what ray tracing is part of the. They had like 3 or 4 different things they added that actually don't do jack shit.
That's one of the reasons why a lot of people are having issues with Assassin's Creed. It's actually forced ray tracing. Some games are going to a forced ray tracing state.
Landing gear not deployed.
Yeah, probably because they cut a deal with NVIDIA, so that they get a certain amount of income off of the graphics card they sell.
Maybe. I'm not sure.
Gear
I-
deployed.
You can have it set to low, but the only reason why it's forced is because their hideout always has it enabled for some reason, so I don't quite understand that part.
Hull integrity compromised.
Say, I feel complete.
Taking damage. Docking successful.
So ray tracing with the Black Wukong really didn't like it. Really? And you have, what, a 4090 Mustang? Got the game for free, also because of the 40 series.
What the fuck?
I know. They actually put it on PC. It's okay, Dravos. You can hold in your excitement.
Cargo hold at maximum capacity.
What happened?
Ship released. Engines engaged. Landing gear retracted.
Ray tracing is useless for me even with a 3080 because I have a 167 Hz 1080p monitor.
All of the copper and conundrum, all 230 of each that I turned in for my quest just went to waste.
That happened to me and Vinny one night. Or did it actually count? The quest, like,
No. I went to go mine more copper in conundrum to finish the quest off because I needed 328 for the quest to be finished, right? I no longer have the quest. It is no longer in my. It's not in my history. And it's not in my offers.
4, 3,
So I lost that.
1.
you can't lose it. You just have to grab another priority next time it pops up.
Everything I applied to that priority task has been eaten.
Ooh, you didn't like turn it all in one go. That I got you. Hey, Lev, how's it going tonight? Or this morning? Sorry, yeah, we always just turn it all in one big group, just so that way things don't happen like that.
Yeah, well, I didn't know how much I had because they don't have an accurate way of figuring out how much you actually have.
Do.
Oh yeah? How's that?
I explained it to you last time. In your cargo elevator, you put everything down inside of your hangar, you type in copper, and then you look at the number and it tells you the exact amount of copper you have inside of your hangar.
How
Conundrum.
many containers I had? I don't see anywhere where it says you have how many SCUs of
The number is your SCU's amount. Like, for example, this is a 32 SCU container, it has 32 tons.
The
So,
only number I saw
it said 1, and then where it should be showing SU, it was -10.
You're supposed to be looking up at the top.
Yes.
Yes.
I know what you're talking about.
Warning, frameshift drive operating beyond safety limits.
But
It says a -10 for everything I select.
you don't select it, you just hover over it. Doing well packing to fly home? Oh, really? I'm actually about to be flying out on Thursday. How was your vacation? Yes, the large number. You can actually see how many, like, don't actually click on any containers, and just type in copper and the number at the top there. That's how much copper you have inside of your station.
我有自己的原则，我不想一辈子让人踩在脚
Let's
下。
see if I understand what you're talking about.
你以为我是臭氧贩子？
No, wait, last time I told you how to, you just didn't figure it out. Well, lots of snow, great skiing. Where are you off to? We are actually doing colonization tonight, so we're taking advantage of the Trailblazer Echo to move goods back and forth to be much quicker.
Oh, I'm flipping shit, man.
So if you click back through my last Star Citizen stream, you should be able to see like where it's actually at to see it. It should be in the middle of your screen though, inside your hangar. You won't be able to save your stuff though.
Are you talking about the cargo elevator?
Yes.
Or my inventory?
Cargo elevator. Hello, is that you playing music or who's that?
I wasn't playing music.
Can't wait to gang Trailblazer ships. So they actually put the colonization back online. It's been off for a little bit, but apparently they fixed some of the issues with it. Yeah, that's a good point, Javis. Next time I get on that game, I'll make a video on how to actually see it. So I'm sure other people could use that information as well.
The -10 went to a positive number finally. Let's see what you're talking about.
Emotional damage.
It's infuriating.
Yeah, one time me and Vinny were actually turning in a quest and we got like the exact amount of materials dropped for it, and then the game decided just not to count it. Which goes back to why I like splitting up Elite Dangerous and Star Citizen. This game just... things work in it, and I don't have to worry about the headache of hours wasted.
Yep.
Although with that one, the reason that you're having issues is since they have the server meshing, whenever you swap shards, sometimes your quest will reset. You'll notice that like you'll be quantum jumping and then you randomly stop out in the middle of nowhere. That's because you're swapping to a different server shard. It's supposed to be seamless, but you know, not.
You know what it is? It's the prime reason why Tribals will not be playing Star Citizen, so they don't fuck themselves.
What game are you on again?
Exactly.
It seems like your reasoning is not actually sound. Where'd you go off? A lot of snow, great skiing. Where'd you actually go travel to, Lev? We're actually going up to the mountains on Thursday, so we might actually see some snow too.
You'll be buying your first shit effectively at some point in the next 2 years.
3 years.
Next 2 to 3 years.
At least you're setting your expectations low.
I'm setting it pretty fucking high. They're not making the money they used to be in there, but there's a very big chance they go out of business before they figure out how to fucking make a game.
Landing gear returned.
People were talking about it last night. I didn't realize Elite Dangerous had like a whole bunch of like characters and stuff that they had in like the older games. It sounded like they had a really cool idea. I'm surprised that they haven't tried to do an engine to be able to hold all the stuff that they have in their lore. That'd be cool.
Yes, says that I know you want me to play Elite.
Well, I mean, you're having issues in Star Citizen. This game works. All your issues would be gone.
You know another game that works?
Which one?
New World.
Is it?
Frameshift
I hear it's boring by yourself.
Well, the great thing is that you're not by yourself if you're like me and you like to ask groups to go do things.
Frameshift drive operating beyond safety limits.
Fun fact, it pays to be social.
It
Sometimes.
does. And it also pays to read global because sometimes there's some very weird people. You might get some entertainment out of it. That's all MMOs, not just New World.
I was one of those weird people. Thank you.
I don't think so.
You don't think so? Man, I was just preaching that we should run all the purple out of New World.
Well then. It's the first time a game's actually crashed.
Yeah, works seamless. Way to go.
Out of all the times that I've streamed Elite Dangerous, it's the first time it's crashed, so I consider 1 compared to, what,
You know what?
355 for Star Citizen? 1's not too bad.
One game that hasn't crashed once on me?
Which one?
New World.
That's a lie.
I am not lying. I have not had it crash.
The old New World had horrible issues.
When I was playtesting it, I had a lot of lag and
There we go, there's the truth.
it never crashed.
Lag and ping is basically just crashing it. When you're playing a game at like 2 frames a second, there's no real game going on.
It never made me leave the game. Therefore, not a crash. Don't even try. Close only works in horseshoes and hand grenade.
Maybe.
Take it from somebody who has experience.
I'll take it that you have experience crashing, yes.
No,
I think they removed the different sentient races simply because the 2 original creators split and went to different ways. Yeah, but it's still part of their lore, so I mean,
horseshoes
still be cool.
and hand grenades.
Or they're just saving it for a big community event. Now that they got rid of the Titans, they could always introduce something like that back. It just works, huh? Sounds like you're smacking a bunch of buttons.
Who, me?
Yeah, you.
How do you hear what I'm doing?
As you smack them very loudly, I don't know.
I don't even have my mic queued. Are you listening to somebody else?
No.
Communications are open if you require
That's
docking.
one, so.
Are you on some? Are you hearing things?
No.
Blink twice if you need help.
There you go.
Well, I don't believe it now because you said there you go.
Frameshift drive charging. 4.
Just saying, you get on here, move some cargo, have fun, not have issues. Nice and easy. The one who walked away from the Frontier Developments came with the idea, so I think that naturally agreed that Michael Braben and the rest of the company wouldn't use them. It's kind of a shame. There is some truth to that.
Operating beyond safety limits.
Even though, if they had the same general idea, they could sort of go off that same premise and try to do something similar. I'd still really like to see them do a Gears of War 5 mode. It's kind of funny because I didn't really play Gears of War 5 that much, but I thought that one extraction mode was fun. Have you ever done Gears of War 5, Javos? What?
No.
Never.
Oh, I've not played a single Gears of War.
Really? Why?
Not into those types of games.
Launch Drew Wagger's lore tour on YouTube where he gets time, he goes over it in depth. I'll definitely have to try that. Oh, sorry friend, let me invite you back to the group. So video combat stuff next time when we play this game, you gonna join us?
Well, I've been pondering joining you regardless. I just
There you go.
do on other games.
You'll get a lot of money, you can buy new ships, start liking the game. This is one of those games where you're broke and then you don't have fun because you get killed immediately. Once you slowly move up in the ranks, you'll get a little bit of engineering, then your ships can start doing stuff, then you'll have fun.
Anyways, as I was saying, you all have a bunch of money already, alright? The place that you don't have a bunch of money in is New World. What do you think I've been doing? Or at
This
least
thing says he'll literally buy platinum from you.
you're platinum.
See, look at that. Literally everyone's trying to help you get situated in this game that we can play and have fun.
What do you do after mining? After, like, where does it go?
You sell it.
Where does it lead? Where does it lead after you sell it?
Profit. It leads to the bank.
What do I do with that profit after that?
Buy new ships. You buy new weapons. You buy modules.
Where's the trail? Where's the gameplay loop? The reason why I was bored with it is because I was bored with it. But where did it lead? Like the biggest goal
Just
for me
keep
was
happening.
doing Stargoids. The biggest goal for me was Stargoids, and they took that away.
You didn't even do Thargoids with us.
I didn't get a chance to. Like, that's why I'm bummed about it.
But you realize Thargoids are still in the game though, right?
Not the part that I wanted to do.
What's the part that you want to do?
The spires. Remember the whole take a freaking whatchamacallit in there and basically one-shot everything with it? Or not one-shot, but you have to fight the spires and yada yada yada. That was ground portion shit.
So they don't have the ground ones. Why it keeps having issues. That's weird.
Mustang would know what I'm talking about.
What's he talking about, Mustang? Do they have the Spire still? I don't think they do. I'll help him like I help you if he can manage to buy a diamond back. It's talking about the Titans? Oh, is that what you're talking about? The big ones?
I don't know. I don't know what I'm talking. Whatever it was, you could average like 1 billion every fucking time you did it.
Billion.
Billion.
Billion?
No.
With an M or a B?
With a B.
Yeah, I'm not sure what you're talking about then. We didn't do any of those.
Well, yeah, because it takes a group of 5 people.
We had a huge group.
What did
Remember
the
last
horse
time I
say
played,
after
I
it
sat
tripped?
there and I told you,
It said,
we need to get
"Help, I have fallen. I
3 or 4
can't
of
giddy
us
up."
into freaking Diamondbacks, right? With this specific Thargoid weapon, because it does a shitload of damage all at once. And we need to go pop spires. But we need a bigger group, and we all need to be ready for it. Because there's actual mechanics to it.
It says Titans give maybe 10 to 30 million in the game, nothing gives a billion straight, so everyone's confused about what you're talking about. Are you having issues in the system, friend? Seems like anytime they get close to the Trailblazer, it has this weird glitch in it.
Frameshift charging. 4, 3, 2, 1. Engage.
The issue I'm having is keep auto locking to different carriers sometimes. Yeah, mine's doing that too. Oh, wait, the ones he's talking about are the ground alien structures.
Warning. Frameshift drive operating beyond safety limits.
Those used to pay $1 billion, Mustang? You can print money from those? Maybe that's the one he's referring to. We can also go to Thargoid space and fight them in the space. And each one, you kill the small ones for about 8 million. Sorry. You kill the... There's like the flying saucer type, you kill those for a lot less, but the smaller interceptor ones, those are the ones that you're able to get 8 million from.
Whatever it was, the video that I watched of them doing it, they had to kill these 2 big things, and then they had to kill things that were flying out of the portal. And at the end of it all, they got some sort of fucking stack credit that equated to like 180 million or 200 million, and you could do it in like 5 minutes, and it was averaging $1 billion an hour.
Cyclops are 8 billion, Basilisks are 24, Medusas are 40, and Hydra is 60 million. Well, either way, if they ever do add those back into the game, you're going to need to have a ship that's fully engineered for it. Especially doing the thing that you're describing. If you're trying to insta-give them. Damage $1 billion an hour with a regular Thargoid hunting. Dravos, there's plenty of Thargoid hunting to be had. I don't want to make the promise to you because I'm not sure which day I'll be back, but next time I'm home, I believe it'll be either Thursday or Friday. Would you like to try to do some Thargoid hunting? See if you can make money in the game.
Well, I gotta make money to make a ship to do Thargoid hunting.
There you go. Hey, greetings, Ziki. How's it going? So what you're saying is you need to play the game to buy cool things. I mean, honestly, between me, Mustang, and Friend, we could take our fleet carrier out to the middle of nowhere. That way you could get some exobio data and you'll be able to turn in a lot of money, especially if you're the first discovery and it's on stuff that's relatively expensive. Don't ever worry about the fungus stuff on the ground. It's super hard to see and they're normally average like 1 million. But if you find like smaller mushroom trees or anything of that sort, usually you can get about 20 million per. It's going at 34 degrees Celsius outside, 42 in my room, and 96% humidity. Look you there. It's usually 100% humidity where I live. Except for the winter times, it dips down to like 70 to 80% sometimes.
Hull integrity compromised.
Well, that's one interesting thing I never really thought of.
Disengaged.
You have Celsius and Fahrenheit, but everyone just agrees on humidity. There's no like different scale for it. Subtropics in Australia. If we can get him in the convoy with your carrier out into the black and just have him spend like an hour or a few sessions, he can buy an axe ship. Then we can go to Maya or maybe the Cossack. You don't like the Pleiades, friend? That's where me and Mustang went last time. Honestly, though, if you're wanting a starter Thargoid ship, it would probably be your best bet to get a Mark II crate. That'd be your cheapest entry point. You're not going to be able to insta-kill them, but it'll be decent enough to kill them and still survive.
At maximum capacity. Ship released. Engines engaged.
Maya is in the Pleiades, but Axie colonized it out there, so I don't know how Goid hunting is out there.
Landing gear retracted.
Really? I'm surprised they would want to colonize an area where it would push Thargoids out of, since, you know, their whole gameplay loop is hunting Thargoids. That's another very good point, too. So, if you enjoy Thargoid hunting, they have an entire group dedicated to Thargoid hunting. And you can join their private server, and they'll be usually have a relatively populated server when it comes to hunting them. Might be more like your Lord of the Rings Online, though, where it's easier to find a group of people on their Discord. Do mining and sell until my carrier. He will get 200 million so he can get a good ship and get ready. There you go. Last thing says just mine platinum. We'll buy it from you.
Charging. 4, 3, 2, 1. Engage.
How much money do you still have in this game, Mustang?
Warning. Creation time operating beyond safety limits.
Kind of weird. Last time it wasn't actually doing this weird. I am filthy rich in ED. I'm guessing because all the Thargoid hunting stuff you're doing in S. I have to. So you go from a rich, being able to buy everything that you want, to a poor peasant in one foul swoop.
Warning. Creation time operating beyond safety limits.
You were asking about the gameplay loop. This one, you want to buy your ship, then you start getting either to mine or to outsource your materials in order to engineer your stuff. That'll get your ships up to the proper standard, and then you, from there, you can get Guardian components, you can go with Thargoid hunting stuff, like, there's a lot of stuff that you need to equip on your ships. And then 2 universes, one I am rich, the other I am very broke. Honestly, I was doing fine in this game until I decided to buy the fleet carrier. Now I'm kind of broke. Although I think after this stream, I'm probably going to buy the outfitting stuff. That way people can just call their ship to my carrier. Maybe even put like a repair one in. Hopefully that's not too much when it comes to the monthly cost. I still haven't seen any of the weekly income from the station yet, so I'm not sure like what size economy you need for your colonized city before it starts actually getting you money. Call your ships in your carrier without the outfitting. I can, but other people can't. It's like tonight we were waiting on Friend to be able to get her Type 9 over to the fleet carrier. Since I didn't have the outfitting, she wasn't able to call this ship to us. And then it took a little bit longer delay. I was originally going to go to Trailblazer Dream, and it turns out that everyone was already inside that area, so I had no place to jump. So then it took a little bit of surfing the internet to figure out where the next fleet carrier for the Trailblazers were. And we got on the right trail. Send everyone over there. I do have low temp diamonds in my system. Originally I had a much different plan for it. I was going to have it so the low temp area, I was going to put a station right next to it. That way people could just like buy and sell. The shipyard, and everyone can have their ship on your carrier. It's only if you want friends to have multiple ships that you need one to sell ships. You know, you could sell ships in this game. Or you might just sell them back to the game, not to other players. You broke, bro? I'm not that broke. I got, what, 900 mil? 400 mil? Somewhere around there. 843. Although if I were to do this colonization again, I would definitely try to just pick a system that was close to these fleet carriers that we didn't really have to go too far. These are like the best one-stop shop for everything. It's most definitely worth it too. Carriers in your system people could use to call their ship online. You know, honestly, Mustang, I thought about that, but it was like way later.
Landing gear deployed.
That is true. We could use yours just like a little beacon. I was able to use my Smeagol station. Kind of curious to know, like, what the actual statistics are on people who rename their stations versus ones that just keep like the default names. We have 100% tariffs on anyone though. I'm not too surprised.
Docking successful. Ship has docked. Your ship has docked. Come on.
Those tariffs don't do anything unless they buy ships. You can buy ships off your carrier, Mustang? I meant buy parts. By the way, friend, we need 325 aluminum, and then you can either help me with CMM composites or steel, because that's going to be one that we're going to need a lot of trips for. Everything and sell ships, modules, all that stuff. Oh, I didn't know that. That's cool.
Disengaged. Ship departure confirmed.
Let's see here. I have 135 billion credit on my carrier, so I don't mind. You know what? I actually have a decent amount of money stored on my carrier too. That way I can just buy the commodities. And so the way that I found easiest to do this, I just have it set so I buy at 5% and then I sell at 5%. That way people are able just to put it on the carrier for the cheapest price possible and then take it off cheapest price possible. And they're able to get their money back whenever they sell it back to the stations.
Frameshift drive charging.
Commander.
4, 3, 2, 1. Engage.
Me and friends are working on 2 different places at once though, so it's taking a little bit longer to get this done, but you know what? I think it's going to pay off in the long run. This is going to be the only way to get our construction points, and that's what we need for the ones that we actually care about.
Frameshift drive operating along safety limits.
I was really wanting a asteroid base, but the thing is, so Frontier put an article out saying that you have to have your settlements kind of close to your bases in order for it to count. But the asteroid field's out in the middle of nowhere, so I don't know how it would actually pull from anything. That's the only thing that's kind of confusing to me so far.
Warning. Frameshift drive operating.
It is a really fun game, but man, did Freddy to get. I'm guessing you're saying that's because of the Thargoid stuff, Mustang. You know what you could do, Dravos? You could join Mustang on Marvel Rivals. Or that's a popular game. Are you sure? It's me to play as Jeff. Not gonna lie, I was hoping we could rent trading NPCs at a price to bring goods to the place. Honestly, that'd be really cool. Or even to be able to like hire like drones or something to like move things back and forth. That's another thing that they could take from colonization, having like a whole new standard of buildings where if you have one place inside of your system, it'll actually grab the commodities from like all of your entire system itself and take them to a specific location that we're able to sell more goods at a certain spot. That would help streamline it a little bit more. It's also in a beta though, so I mean, they didn't say it was fully done. They're still up for changes to it. Nice thing to do if you want to change or feel like you have a good idea, you can always leave it in the Reddit discussion board. That way people can, others can see it and possibly get some ideas or inspiration from you. You leave carrying 700 units of cargo when you are required to bring 70k. You're not really required to bring 70k Mustang. We're just talking about the Orbit Station. That one needs a ton. Which, if you want, I can link you to the elite commodities where I have like everything set up. I believe this one, our biggest one's going to be like 7,000, 13, 15. And we'll probably add like a 2, so probably like 20 million total. Or, yeah, 20,000 total, sorry. That's another thing that I would like to see in the game. If people are going to be having to get this stuff manually, it'd be nice to be able to pin the resources over to like the side of your screen. That way you can like keep track of what you've done so far. I will say, this has definitely encouraged me to fly the cutter much more. I think next time we'll change the HUD. I was supposed to do that today. As well as the new expansion to Squadrons will have something similar to that. Yeah, I saw the new expansion of Squadrons is actually going to have it, so you have like a shared guild bank. Don't mind the money, but the time it takes, I really did colonize some systems and decide to unclaim them because a number of commodities required and gave up since then. Which one did you pick, Mustang? Did you pick the Orbit Station? Or did you pick one of the smaller ones like me? So if you picked an Orbis, that one requires, I think it's either 2 or 2.5 times. If you pick the smallest station, oh. It just requires group effort at that point. Installations? I mean, honestly though, with your fleet carrier, even if it is 70,000, like, fleet carrier is going to hold 20,000 per, assuming that it's empty. Yes, I had the luxury of not having a fleet carrier beforehand, so my commodity terminal was just completely empty for us. Right now we are working on an outpost for science and a ground port for refineries. So the plan is going to be to have the hubs closer to the orbital station, that way we're able to sell the goods at our main port, not having to go down to the planet to grab the resources. So what I was saying, like if they actually had like something in space that you're able to build, like call it a drone station or something on that station, you could have it set so it like grabs commodities and puts it in a certain location for you. I think that'd be cool. Even if they wanted to keep it like kind of grindy, you could at least have it so that it at least like grabs the food from one place and puts it at like your main place to sell. Sort of like a mailman. Thought at first I can put all my stuff in my carrier, jump the carrier to a system I claimed, and automatically transfer from the carrier to the colonized. That'd be a little easy. One thing I'll say with that, there would be a lot of people upset if they didn't have fleet carriers to just see their buddies doing that immediately. Although, if they had friends and they were upset about it, their friends would probably help them out to build their stations much quicker.
Ship released. Engines engaged.
So I can see that, and I could also see not that all at the same time. I think this way kind of encourages people to try to yank you out in the middle of nowhere. But if people are playing on private servers, they don't really have to worry about that. And on top of that, you can't really steal the loot in this game, so it's not like they really get anything commodity-wise out of you.
Frameshift drive charging. 4, 3, 2, 1.
I feel it was streamer bond that's causing this game to crash. They did end up closing that one out since it crashed twice. That was weird.
Frameshift drive operating beyond safety limits.
So what'd you end up on, Javos? You on New World, I'm guessing?
Yeah.
If you ever want to make money in this game, there's people here to help you. Though, we'll say this, just keep in mind, it's an approach that the sniper did, and technically it is a effective approach. If you're wanting to support FDev, if you buy a ship, the ship that you buy with real money instead of in-game currency, that one you're only paying for the stuff you change on the ship. So if you have minimal modifications on it, you're actually getting it back for free, compared to other people having to pay insurance for it. It's the first time hunting Thargoids, you're probably going to die a bunch. Just keep that in mind. Hold on, friend. Let me get to my carrier, then I'll add you back to the group. Sorry about that. This is a cool place. This place. So what are you playing tonight, Mustang? Dravo's on New World, Hobbs is on Star Citizen. And friend, you're knocking out Elite Dangerous.
Welcome, Commander.
I assume Vinny's back on his normal sleep schedule.
Docking request accepted. Maintain an appropriate speed during approach.
Nothing at all? Play SC alone? I'm pretty sure Hobbs is on there. So you play Elite Dangerous alone, but not Star Citizen. That's interesting.
Landing gear deployed.
Boring Hobbs somehow does enjoy playing it alone. Because Hobbs likes money. And a play to make money. Does she need for like 3 weeks now? I know, Mustang, you usually join us. That's what I'll say next time. Maybe we can do Thargoids or something. Possibly go for some Guardian technology, because I know a few people were also needing that.
Docking successful. Engine shutting down. Welcome to this carrier, Commander.
Which one are you working on now, friend? Steel or liquid oxygen?
Ship release confirmed. Ship departure confirmed.
So the spaceport is the reason why it's having such a big number. Steel? Gotcha. Let's see, put interest.
Scan detected.
agree though, if you had drones that you could pay for, it'd be cool. Or if like, so now you can contract, I think it's like up to 2 different pilots. It'd be cool if you could like assign them a ship and then have them do like some of these other tasks for you. That'd be something else I could implement. Like you already have a crew member on your payroll. Especially if like he used like your own ship. So then they could borrow some inspiration for games like No Man's Sky, where like your pilot borrows your ship so you can't use it for a temporary time. Like let's say it takes him 5 minutes to gather the stuff. You set the buy order for the exact amount that the ship could actually hold. And he's able to grab it for you and put it on your fleet carrier or just like your colonization area to a certain station. That'd be another thing that would make kind of sense for lore wise, and it's already on your payroll.
Warning, frameshift time operating beyond safety limits.
More trips, friend, and I'll finally be done with the CMM. And I'll be able to help you with the steel. You said your Type 9 holds what? 710, right? It's the wrong spot. $704? It's not too bad. Are you running a shield with your build? Or do you run shieldless? I might end up putting a shield on mine. I've been keeping it off mainly because I like the extra storage capacity that we have in the cutter. Right now I'm at least able to rock 760, it's just I'm super weak when it comes to like any ground port. If I land rough, it would lose a decent amount of health. We should accept that very specific axe build. Now, so far I've only died... Well, the first night of colonization I died a few times. Today I died the once. Last night we didn't actually die any at all. It just takes a lot of getting used to when you're flying around shieldless. Type 9's way too slow though. If you have the cutter, you're at least able to outrun the pirates. If you're in the Type 9, your best bet is to have a shield or to have a hangar bay with the fighter jet installed. That way, whenever you get jumped, he's able to protect you.
Docking request granted.
My ship shieldless except my combat ships and exploration. I'm starting to get to that point too. I like being able to have a little bit further jump range. Now, if one of the military slots could be used for the shield on the cutter, like for example, where it couldn't hold like cargo, I would definitely put the shield in that slot. Fortunately, that's not the case. Cool if it was, though. Yeah, exactly. Like, so, I mean, I feel like the shield's kind of a military component part. I guess it would really only benefit, like, huge, like, big ships, but at the same time, you know, a big ship should have kind of perks compared to smaller ones. This Corvette could also utilize that same Talonix. I think they have, what, 2, 3, 4 different military spots?
Cargo hold at maximum capacity. Ship released. Engines engaged.
So what game are you going to play tomorrow then, Mustang? You going to be on Star Citizen, or
Lifting gear retracted.
what's your plan? Still trying to decide between the 3 games. Either Star Citizen, Assassin's Creed, or World.
Damn, you said New World like it's a freaking pain in your ass or something.
What do you mean? I listed 3 games.
Or New World.
The Star Lancer? Is that the retro Coke fridge in the back there? Actually the Call of Duty Black Ops Juggernaut edition.
Frameshift drive
Which
charging. 4,
I was really big into zombies back in the day. I was
1.
like, really high up there in the leaderboards for Black Ops 2. And then after that, I just sort of lost interest. But sort of a homage to childhood, so I like having it as like a background decor.
Frameshift drive operating beyond safety limits.
Top part lights up, but the speaker no longer actually does the zombie noise, unfortunately. Need to actually repair that part. And at some point, I guess I need to also find a place on my wall to mount a dangerous skateboard. Be another pretty cool thing to have in the background. It is not my hair. Implication though. Okay. I remember being on the leaderboards for the Xbox 360 Sonic Adventure 2. I was on the first stage 5 for a solid month. Well, that's awesome, friend. I'm not sure if I played that one. Sort of a continuation of what you were talking about, but I believe that they just added Sonic 2 to Netflix, by the way. I don't know if you're into watching those movies still or not, but I did see it in the new added list.
Who are you talking to me?
Well, Fran was talking about Sonic, so I was saying Sonic 2 was on there, but I guess if you're interested in Sonic, then there's another fun fact for you.
Lost track of what was going on.
Blue hedgehog that runs quickly.
I know who Sonic is. I didn't know who you were talking to about Sonic.
Oh, okay. Well, you said you lost track of what was going on.
My computer is not out. Docking request accepted. Proceed to your designated task, Commander.
Though I saw they're also doing a live remake of Lilo and Stitch, surprisingly. Which was a couple of actors though that I would have actually picked for the characters.
Hollywood doesn't think about who's right and who's wrong.
There was a few that just seem a very easy role to cast that they chose differently for some reason.
Commander, your landing gear is retracted.
Landing gear deployed.
And someone went through every stage and somehow completed each stage to 0 seconds somehow, and I gave up on being on the leaderboards. Yeah, man, that's what happens when you're on the top, friends. I saw the picture of it when I was at the top of Dire Eyes, but eventually you're going to get to the point where there's hackers and everyone else who does like the cheats and everything. Then, you know, you'll get those crazy, like insane numbers where it's just impossible. And eventually the game will wipe it, then your name will no longer be there, and it's like, well, I spent 15 hours on this, I don't want to do it again. Alright, so 2 more trips for CMM, that'll be good. But oxygen should also be able to get in 2 trips, then steel, we still got a lot. Hold on, while I'm here, so we need to do this. Titanium, we need 5,000 there. I don't think we need titanium at the other place though, do we? No. Want to go with some metals, boom, titanium, which is what I was doing beforehand. Then the server decided to be like, nope, I'm going to be jumping now. Let's see here. 5,044. Good news, friend. This should buy majority of the bulk stuff, so we don't have to worry about it. So we can't even buy all the titanium since the fleet carrier will be full, but that'll at least cover a decent amount. Keep switching to different carriers? Yeah, I noticed that it's picking a carrier that's in a very similar spot, so as long as you keep the same heading, then you just go back inside of your panel and pick the one that you're going for again, you'll notice it's still roughly inside the same area. But I agree that it is kind of annoying. Up there though, we're almost done getting our next one done. So this should be for the extraction. We got the industrial side finished already. Both of those 2 knocked down. That's going to be the majority of the economy that we need for our stations to actually start benefiting from, you know, those materials inside of our area. Then we'll probably want to focus on tech next, because I think technology is going to be the next that's like slow us down one. But for like the big main ones, I think this should be good for our system. And like I said, we're trying to get the construction points, which is why we're working on some of the stuff in space, which is going to allow us to build like the bigger hubs down on the ground. And they're going to hold a lot more commodities than the smaller stations, so it's just worth it more to follow the correct chain to do the hubs instead.
Warning, creation time operating beyond safety limits.
And there is a method to picking up the stuff you mine in this game too. So the last laser you shoot, you want to have it on a different firing key. You're going to want to have it on the bottom of your ship. And as long as the laser's on the bottom, all of the parts are going to break off on the bottom, so your ship will automatically pick it up. The asteroids that you are breaking, they do have a mode for that, and that's called core mining. Which actually gets completely removes the asteroid. If you were wetting. It pays more. A little bit harder to do. Need a little bit more time and get your bombs placed in the correct spots. And at some point, friend, I'm going to have you walk me through how to actually use the neutron highway. I'll die. Preferably. Is Jeff your favorite one, Mustang? Credit the artist, but I don't even know who made that one. That was just a custom one that the community made on Tangia. I was going to make some ones for Jurassic Park just to, you know, match the channel a little bit better, but I haven't gotten around to it yet. So you have to download the GIF, and then you have to find the soundtrack for it, and then you have to put it all together. And then you upload it to the video and assume that it's all lined up correctly. I don't play Jeff, but he is fun. I play it, basically, I sit at the back of the team and heal. Really? What? At least the game starts up quickly. Yeah, I'm not sure why. Like, this is the first time I've actually had the game crash. So I'm wondering if it's because we're in this system that seems to be bugged out. This is the first system that we've had where both of us are having like a random position marked on our map for us. Maybe it's Jeff that breaks the game. Well, Destroyer has not spread to ED. No. That's not a thing. Nope. I did not do it. I did not break it. I did break Valhalla, but I did not break this. I was thinking maybe it was StreamerBot at first, but I even turned that one off, so it's not StreamerBot. Good news is it doesn't take too long at all to download the shaders every time you get on. So I'm wondering, Mustang, if somehow my carrier forced itself into a system that it didn't actually have room for. Because I did notice there's a lot of carriers here, and so far, I don't know if it's like something weird going on with the game tonight, but like if we mark like my carrier or the place that we're wanting to go to, sometimes it like occasionally marks something else for us. So I'm not sure, like, something in this star is breaking. I'm not sure what. It's the first area that we've ran into that issue with. Could be because there's a lot of commanders in this small area, though. So I assume a lot of people are taking advantage of the Trailblazers. Which makes sense, since everything's in like one spot. Guess see where I actually land up this time, though. It's a little bit too far away. Have you beat Elysian Wilds yet?
I haven't gone through the story quest.
Docking request granted.
Oh, surprised you haven't ran through it.
I just wanted to get there.
Nico said it's about 4 to 5 hours. We'll need to dip here after 1 or 2 more trips. Got to be up somewhat early. Alright, friend. Well, thanks for helping me out as much as you were able to. What you got planned for tomorrow? Friend, but sure, you too. I assume you'll be home since you're sick.
Yeah.
Hull integrity compromised. Docking successful. Engines disengaged.
Are you going to an actual doctor? Where do you go to get checked out at?
I've been going to the urgent care in my primary, yeah.
I understand that this is going to have skewed results. I'm just going to say my own story. I have horrible luck at Dr. Cares.
Ship released. Engines engaged.
Well, I have, for some reason, I just normally have bad luck with doctors in my area, even though they're normally rated high, but anyways, like last time I had bronchitis, I went to doctor's care for it, and they were prescribing me like this really cool cough medicine that was actually like a custom concoction that was actually really nice. Going to head to bed too. Bed is calling. Have a good night, Mustang. And they gave me another type of medicine to, it was two of it. Anyways, whatever they did, they super accelerated my heart rate, and they didn't realize that those two medicines were counteracting each other and making everything worse. And it got to the point to where I was supposed to return to work, but I still felt bad, so I went back to the place to like get checked out again. And they literally told me at the appointment, oh, we're just going to make a change to your dosage and you'll be fine. You're okay to go back to school and work the next day. So on the way out, I literally blacked out in their hallway, then I woke up in an ambulance. So then I had to go to the actual proper hospital, and they told me that they were literally doing everything wrong. So then I had to get x-rays and everything else, and yeah, it just turns out that the two things that they were giving me accelerated my heart rate. Usually whenever I go, I had like textbook perfect stuff when it comes to it, so when they said it was up, I was kind of surprised, but I was sick, so I didn't really care too much. Yeah, fun fact, doctor's care almost killed me.
That's okay. I had a blood clot in my leg, and the doctors diagnosed it as a pulled muscle.
Zoom for the cost of care for the ambulance ride? Well, actually, Hobbs, I woke up, and then, ironically, my mother still lived pretty close to me, like, she was working around the corner, so I was able just to call her and take me to the hospital. Well, I assume the ambulance I probably would have had higher priority. Instead, I had to, sit there in the lobby, feeling horrible, waiting for, someone to actually check me out for, 40 minutes, because you know how fast hospitals work. But I will say, once I got there, I actually had a room. And similar luck, but with insurance that keep charging me money, even though I'm fully covered for life with anything without copay. Ironically, Hobbs, I don't know how I managed to do it. This story was back when I was in college still. Was it college or high school? I can't remember. I remember school was also one of the things that I wasn't able to do though. But the I didn't have insurance at the time, so the hospital gave me this waiver that said if we call upon you to do community service, you have to do it, and I just agreed to do it. And then they ended up waiving literally all of my hospital fees, so I didn't pay a single cent that time. So I don't know how I got away with that, but they just never asked me to do anything, so I just got free treatment out the deal. I was fully expecting to have to pick up trash or something on the highway or something. Yeah, it was super lucky. Especially for x-rays, those usually cost a few grand.
Warning.
Probably should get checked out much more frequently, but we don't usually go to the doctor, so really have an insurance plan because it's just cheaper just to pay out of pocket. Most of the times doctors will actually charge you a cheaper price if you don't have insurance because they usually upsell it, that way the insurance pays them more. It's kind of counterintuitive, but it's a unique way our economy works. Yeah, almost definitely is. Kind of sad too, but there's nothing that people can really do about it. I do almost kind of wonder though, with all the major diseases out there, how many would actually be cured if they were financially motivated? Do you think some of the stuff purposely isn't being cured because they want to keep the money?
It's not a matter of think, it's a matter of think on their part, not on our part. Of course they're not going to, because if they cure everything, then they don't have anything to make you pay for, so that's how capitalism goes.
an extent, yes. I feel like they would get a lot more sponsors if they did develop stuff.
And how long would it last?
Longer what last? The money?
You cure cancer, all of a sudden everybody's cured of cancer. What do you do with the cure to cancer?
I have to worry about kids, grandparents, single individuals, all of them passing away.
Well, that's yeah. So, on one hand,
Society a ton.
You've got the sentimental side of things. On the other hand, that doesn't pay the bills.
Some of the leading medical research is done in other countries like Sweden, Denmark, Norway, so you can answer that question pretty easily.
Again, capitalism isn't about
Hey, Wars guy.
mentality.
I did not change it from last night. I think a couple weeks ago I got a haircut though.
And by no means am I saying capitalism is the right way to go. I'm saying capitalism does not care about your sentimentality.
That is actually the reason why I started my channel.
Landing gear deployed.
Not for capitalism, but my grandfather ended up, he actually had the same look with me at the end there. From distance look like dreads? Oh no, I do not have dreads. It's just combed. My grandfather was being misdiagnosed. They were just basically saying, yeah, I did see your response. I'll be able to talk to you on Wednesday about it. But he was being misdiagnosed, basically saying old age, and they were having to drain his liver out. And they just kept sending him back home. They moved to a cheaper part of town to be next to a hospital, but they were going to like a cheaper hospital instead of like the super expensive one downtown. And they misdiagnosed it the entire time. And it got to the point that they were just like blaming his age for it. And by the end, that he finally went somewhere else, and they were able to diagnose it properly. And instead of having some weird liver thing being drained weekly, they found out that since they waited so long, it was stage 4 pancreatic cancer.
Sounds like a familiar story to my grandmother, but
So that's why I made my YouTube channel. Someday I hope to be sort of like Jacksepticeye, that way I can somewhat help charities make money to fund proper research in the areas that's required.
Frameshift drive charging.
Departure complete.
At least I like the way he does his charities and stuff.
3, 2, 1. Engage.
Assuming that the money goes to the right cause, but find the right place, the right people will do it.
you will hear me protest to that.
Warning.
I think if you did that, that'd be awesome.
Safety limits.
Yeah. Well, I am curious, how many people thought the world would end after the Mayan calendar ended? That is one thing that I feel like they got so far enough ahead in the future that the dude's probably like, alright, well, this is good. No one's going to care if I do it any further. And then years later, everyone's freaking out thinking the world's going to end because the guy just decided to take a break. I mean, realistically, that's probably what happened. The dude's probably like, alright, is this far enough for you, Emperor? Good? Alright, cool. I'm done. I'm going to take a break now.
Well, the reality is that one guy could actually see the future, and or everything he wrote became the future. So he decided to do some trolling.
Hull integrity.
Maybe.
All roads lead to he was just trying to fuck with the people of the future.
I can't believe they haven't made a comedy movie of it yet. Can you imagine them? I feel like that would be a really easy movie to make too. Like, you could literally have them making the calendar and then having a joke about them. Look at all the fuels in the future. Then they could have like a jump cut to the future generations of people thinking that the world was going to end from it. The people who thought the 2K was going to destroy the world and pour all the money into the gambling. I will say, like, the 2000 year, they did decide to advance technology quite a bit compared to previous years. It's like now, like, our cell phones have been stagnant for at least like 10 years. Yes, they have 5G now, but you don't really need 5G, especially for a phone. I guess if you're trying to like play a whole bunch of like huge files off your phone, then maybe. Hi. We're trying to like use your phone as a hotspot. I can see that 5G being important, but other than that, like 5G is not really that big of a thing.
Frameshift drive charging.
Or at least in my area.
4.
We have a few 5G towers, but it's not enough to cover the entire town. Still. That being said, though, I'm also in the south, so technology does take a while to move down here. We didn't even have a place to have like electric vehicles charged. They overhauled one of our parking lots in our mall to do it. It's kind of weird because they took up like a lot of spots for the electric chargers, and I've only ever seen like 3 people use it. I guess it's good to have extras in case there's like a big car show or something. Ironically, though, they do have a car show that they literally do right next to where the electric car chargers are. So I don't know if that was the best planning or if they did that intentional just to sort of boycott it. The car show was there way beforehand.
Docking request granted. Landing gear deployed.
Come on, Mr. Cutter. Now's the right time to stop. By the way, thanks again, friend, for getting on here and helping me. It definitely makes things faster whenever people are all on to help offload the commodities.
Hull integrity compromised. Docking successful. Engines disengaged.
Alright, so let's see here. So I think I need 764, so I'll have to do one more full trip. And next time I can just grab 4 of those. We'll work on the liquid oxygen, we'll knock that out.
Cargo hold at maximum
We
capacity.
still have a lot to go for the titanium.
Ship released. Engines engaged.
Dravos, at least you don't have sniper slug. He had a tornado go through his area the other day, and for whatever reason his internet keeps being spotty. I guess he had technicians out there earlier today who was supposed to fix his internet. Again, since last night it kept dropping out on him,
Docking request
and
granted.
they did not end up fixing it today, so that's why he's not here. Just thankfully we haven't actually had too many hurricanes lately. No problem, sorry I couldn't be on longer, was kinda last minute told about my plans. Oh, you're good, friend.
Frameshift
Thanks again
drive
for helping on here, though. It definitely sped things up a lot. I know my hair's not dreads.
Frameshift drive charging.
Keep the pad warm. We'll be back in a few minutes. Carry your faith.
Engage.
So I mean, I guess technically we could do the same thing with like a Jenga. I moved it here mainly because it was just a one-stop shop for a lot of stuff, so once we get majority of the commodities, we'll grab like the HE and like other smaller trinkets, and then we won't have to come back to this system for a while at least. I am curious how many people just like park their fleet carrier here so other people can't grab the commodities.
Warning. Graveship drive operating beyond safety limits.
You just move the carrier whenever I'm not. Strangers are flying long haul if I need be, but if you can't afford it to get a shipyard, I can just store my mana temporarily and literally not worry about distance. You talking about right now, friends, or are you talking about later on? So the fleet carriers, it's kind of weird. To upgrade a fleet carrier, you have to take it back to the place that they sell fleet carriers for, and then you're able to upgrade it from there. So you're not able to like remotely upgrade it. Nice if it could. I'll have to also see about the upkeep. Like, so far I'm only paying like 6 million for the upkeep, which isn't too bad at all. Like, honestly, I could probably bump it up to at least like 30 million upkeep. Wouldn't it be horrible? Actually, once we get back to doing like normal, like even Thargoid hunting, like 1 or 2 Thargoids is going to cover like a full week of insurance. If you plan to do it between now and next time you stream, I mean not right now because you're in the middle of stuff. Oh yeah. Most definitely I can afford to do that, friend. Although once again, I won't be here on Thursday or Friday. I will be on the other side of the United States, so I won't be on a stream. Be able to use Discord though and hear all the shenanigans that people are up to. And actually take the time to try to figure out how to use Twitter better too. A little bit late, but you know, better late than never. By the way, thanks again for all of the raiders who decided to stick around. I appreciate all the support that you guys have shown tonight. The Elite Dangerous community is amazing. We usually stream this on Thursday and Fridays, and we do tutorial videos throughout the week on this game. We avoid Twitter and just do Blue Sky and Reddit. There's not too many people on Blue Sky yet, but I also have Blue Sky. The only thing I'm going to be 100% honest with you. The thing that I hate the most about Blue Sky, it's probably like the least about complaint thing for it. The Android Blue Sky, every time I see a Blue Sky notification, it looks like someone texted me, so I always open it thinking that, you know, I have a text message to read or respond to, and it's just Blue Sky. I hate that part. I really wish I could change the notification on it, which I might be able to. Like, I haven't really played around in the app too much. That's the only thing that I hate about it. Everything else, you know, it basically the exact same thing. And honestly, both are just designed to eat out your phone battery. That's a different rant altogether.
Hull integrity compromised.
What kind of phone do you have, Javos? Android or iOS?
Docking complete.
It's just Google Pixel.
Ooh, Pixel. How do you like that one?
Yeah.
When you click the wrong button in this game, you get stuck in the standby while it waits for your ship to get lowered. I've actually had my phone long enough that somehow my power button has fallen off. And I looked on the forums, it's actually a common thing with my phone. People are like, oh yeah, you just glue it back on. Does not seem like a normal thing to me. Just can never recommend Twitter anymore with how toxic people get on it, not even with the feature or Elon just encouraged you to be mean. Like I said, I'm not the best when it comes to social media. Like, I do need to get better at doing that kind of stuff. And I know there's a big area of being able to actually like talk to people outside the game and stuff that I need to learn how to do. Yeah, okay. Alright, so we need 9 of that and 13 of that. One's all over the place though. I can't believe he goes to make rockets to like electric cars and stuff. How far in the future do you think it's going to take for us to actually get like drone technology up high enough to where we could actually send a drone out to space, like meet as our own video game? That'd be cool. I'm sure that'd be super expensive, but
You gotta find a way to basically communicate with it better.
Goodbye, Commander. Farewell, Commander.
that's what I mean. I mean, eventually, surely that's got to be a thing. Like, just like kids who hate cutting grass because it's boring and they'd much rather play video games. Make a robot lawnmower that they can use like an Xbox controller, PlayStation controller to mow the lawn. Turn it into a game. Make it fun.
Frameshift drive charging.
I'm saying that because they actually make Roombas now that they have like a little controller, so you can actually like control your little robot vacuum. And they have an automatic robot lawnmower now? Yeah, I don't know if they have like the same controller system. I know they have it fully automated though. I've seen those. They're kind of expensive, but that's kind of to be expected. Definitely see that being useful if you own like a big farm or a lot of acres. That way it's not going to take you like an entire day and a half just to cut your lawn. That said though, I'm wondering how many like farms have those stolen off of them. So I feel like that'd be the easiest thing that someone would just like see on the road, just stop their pickup truck and like throw it in the back and run. If it has like a theft deterrent on it, I wonder if it's like able to actually like spray something on people. I've seen a lot of it's definitely not a guy who's does like any space content. Weston Chaplin has some like really interesting build videos where he takes some like ridiculous stuff out in the country, like in Kansas. But he has a horrible problem of having people just like go around and steal all his stuff. That's why I was thinking about, like, I wonder if he actually uses one of those to cut his grass or if he just uses a lawnmower. I mean, they have automatic robot. From what I can tell, it's just not worth it to scrap. It can't be repurposed because it's hard-coded with the base station it comes with. Oh, really? Never actually seen one. Heard about them like you said, but I've never actually seen one. Are you already off the game, friend? There's a guy on YouTube that lives off the grid and he's got like 3 or 5 that he loves them. How does he live off the grid and you know about it? Like off the grid means you also want to be using YouTube. Hey Pickles, how's it going? What are we up to tonight on Star Citizen? Actually have big ships now because everyone has money in the game. Although I am excited for this next update, that way I can wear like my alien clothes and not worry about them being lost. I know some people in the community weren't happy about that change, but that is one thing that at least like if you spend the time to get like some really cool cosmetic, you can actually wear it now. And well, I'm sure people are also going to care more about the like ship or the
Request granted.
proper website purchasing stuff. But yeah, any new updates? I was just working on getting monies to pad the org bank and start paying my employees. Any new updates on this game or Star Citizen? It's like literal electric grid. He self-sustains mobile hotspots and solar wind power. I was just saying off the grid. It's kind of weird to have off the grid and still be connected to YouTube. Most of the time off the grid means you would be like fully outside of society. Oh, well they have like this whole colonization feature going on, so you can colonize a system now. And basically you'll become the system architect. I will admit it is kind of grindy when it comes to that. It's much easier with the fleet carrier. You did get to my point that I was about to make. It's really cool. Like you can literally like. Hold on, let me land real quick.
Hull integrity compromised. Docking successful. Engines disengaged.
So you can colonize multiple places, although it is going to take a decent amount of stuff to move over. So if you have a community that's willing to help you out, it makes things so much faster. Wait for it to load. So I colonized the place over next to Capricornia B, but like my little place here, you can literally click on any of the pluses, select construction, and then from here you can put like your own starport wherever you want it. Asteroid base has to be in the asteroid field. You have different outposts that you're able to do, so that, like you can physically build whatever system that you want. Installations, these are going to be more of like the starter area for ground stuff. So a lot of the stuff you're going to need to like build one of these, to then build another ground settlement, to then build another thing in space. It just sort of like all like bounces off together and works together in harmony. Then they have a lot of stuff on planets that you're actually able to build too. Still can't do anything with gas giants though. But anywhere that says like 0 out of 3, I'm able to build my own like ground settlement, so I can do whatever I want on any of these planets. Eventually we're going to save up and do an asteroid base right here. This is the only place that'll actually hold it. I don't have the construction points right now, but they typically look pretty cool. So that's why I want one. The only thing I'm not entirely sure about, which they talked about, like, they want to have it so your settlements and stuff are close to your gateway, that way it's able to like pull from it and sell it to the community and population and everything. But the asteroid base is like super off in the distance, so I don't know how it's going to pull from anything like close by. This is just like a weird system layout, but everywhere I've seen a belt, it's always been like off to the side compared to all the other planets. Yeah, that's the coolest thing. And then eventually they're going to have a guild bank come into the game. They revamped the squadrons some point later on this year. It's where you're able to share money with like your squad members, and they just made it a little bit more community driven, which I think is really nice. Okay, yeah, this is Trailblazer, that's why. Alright, so for that... Six actually, so hold on. 6 of those.
Hold at maximum capacity.
What have you been up to in Star Citizen? And I know that they're releasing a new update here pretty soon, hopefully. It seems like a lot of people are willing to buy gear now that they can actually keep it. So I'm wondering if they're going to keep this set up. Even higher square. Faction-owned installation. Someone actually colonized this area. Huh. basically, this whole colonization update, your system should eventually be able to get you enough passive income to pay for your insurance on your fleet carrier. That way you don't ever have to worry about it. It's basically just going to be a big bank for you to generate your money. You put it on your carrier and it'll self-sustain.
4, 3,
That's the eventual goal. I'm not sure how many stations we're going to need though to be able to earn that amount. I assume a bare bones fleet carrier should be at least be able to cover it with one system, but you might need more.
warning, breach attack operating beyond safety limits. Warning, hull breach attack, taking internal damage.
That's weird. So what are you working on, Dravos? Still trying to get like your artifacts?
So it's well locked our server.
Oh, that's right, because everything's like community driven, right?
Frameshift drive charging.
Are you going to be streaming Star Citizen on Monday, Pickles?
1, engage.
It's another thing I need to get better at it.
Warning,
I try to do some co-streaming with people if anyone's interested.
safety limits.
Though a lot of people have been still trying to grind out the Chapter 4 event, so I'll probably be helping Dravos and a few other of my community members trying to get that done if you're willing to do that kind of stuff. We've been doing bounties to get the Hopper and Conundrum, and then we're just taking that and taking it to Pyro Gateway and selling it for profit. I know Pyro is technically the easier way to make money, but a lot of people don't like having to deal with the pirates, so we don't really go over there too often. It's like this game. A lot of people like playing in the PvE mode. You not play that other game anymore? The Lord of the Rings one?
Not right now.
Do you get annoyed with the economy in it or something?
What's that?
Is it the economy that... Was that the one that you kept complaining with the economy, or was that a different one?
That was good.
I don't know. I think it was Arma server or something, actually, that I'm thinking of. Secret process. So the one's going to take a lot of material compared to the other one, so I'll probably place it next to the spaceport. And we'll have the ceramic composites, the CMM, titanium. Majority of the steel is going to there. Go fly polymer my own. Superconductors, it's not too bad. Water purifiers, that's going to be a whole trip on its own. Probably just grab any technology stuff while we're here. The membranes. Though I did see in the membranes that they actually increased the drop rate, so that's another good thing.
Adherence to the speed limit is appreciated. Docking request accepted. Proceed to your designated commander.
By the way, I will be out of town to the 4th. So hopefully Monday we'll be able to knock out all the stuff in Star Citizen for you. It's just one turn-in that you need, right, Javis? You home Monday?
Landing gear deployed.
We can knock it out quick tomorrow before we do anything else.
Fair enough. Well, you tell me how you feel in the morning, which one would be better. If you think you might be working Monday, we can always do Star Citizen tomorrow. And I can do New World on Sunday and Monday. So Nico said he can play it whenever.
Welcome, come on.
Alright, 7:59, so one more view. And a lot of steel and titanium. Wait, what? There's still need 3 more? Okay. So we'll buy 759 that, 1 CMM, and then the next trip we'll start working on the steel, or there's... yeah, maybe the titanium, that way we get that knocked out.
Ship has been haunted.
Landing gear activated.
Hey, thanks so much for following, Lady Trucker. How's it going tonight? CCU. I'm a lot of trucking myself tonight, actually.
Frame shift drive.
The Trailblazer Echo thing, that's definitely very nice for the CMM. That's the only thing that I really found that's necessary, though. We have, like, a bunch of local places that had the metals. A lot of places had the food nearby us, too. The CMM not having to go to the ground port, this definitely saved us a ton of time.
Warning. Frame shift drive operating beyond safety limits.
I'm not sure how much you would make, Dravis, but if you want to help me offload a lot of stuff, you should be able to make a decent amount of money.
On what?
I don't know if it'll be several million, though, but... what now?
On what now?
This game. Neat.
Oh.
Space one. Cool thing is, this colonization thing, you only have to spend 50 million, or it's like 25 or 50, I can't remember which one. But you just spend like the upfront cost, then everything after that, you're actually making more buying the commodity and selling it back to the game instead of being like costingly everywhere. I thought it was going to cost money to buy the system and then cost more to like build different structures. I didn't realize that they were going to buy it back with a higher cost. And we're about to do it again. Did the doctor tell you why you ended up getting a fever? Yeah. You said you were feeling sick beforehand. Is it some random thing that's popping up?
It's just the fact that I work a job where they just want to continually make us work 16-hour days, and my immune system isn't like getting better even with like downing tons of vitamin C, and so I just keep getting sick off of being sick and being around sick
Orbital
people.
flight
It
engaged.
goes, prisons.
Gotcha.
It's place to be.
My father had a similar situation. He was making a lot of money, but he used to work at Nucor Steel. And originally, he was only working 4 nights on, 4 nights off. They would like do alternating shifts. Then a bunch of people like got fired or quit, and then they started hiring a bunch of new people. And then it turned into like 7 days on, 1 day off with the alternating schedule. And he had the same issues going where, like I said, he was making a ton of money, but he quit because it's really hard on the body doing that.
Yeah, it's mediocre money, and it's a lot of work time.
They actually pay you overtime?
Yeah, they pay you overtime. It's mediocre
nice.
money, though. I mean, I don't know. In my opinion, for the amount they put you through, it's mediocre money. That's just my opinion.
My job, they actually won't let you get overtime.
That's highly illegal. If you do overtime, you should get overtime.
They won't let you schedule for overtime. It would rather be understaffed than to pay someone overtime.
Landing gear deployed.
Although, in my opinion, it's another big money scheme. Like, the director gets paid 6 figures, but there is a ton of stuff around that needs like a ton of maintenance done, and somehow the town doesn't have a big enough budget to do things, which I disagree with. Then, like, even the director, she put a huge big fuss because they,
Docking successful.
I think it was either
Engines
it was voted on the city council or the directors board where we physically had to hire a marketing person to try to get more sales in. They immediately tried to get that dude fired. It's a very corrupt little town. It's a nice area. It's just the division I'm in is ran. They're just running into the ground.
Hold at maximum capacity.
Sounds about right.
Ship released. Engines
And they use the excuse that no one signs up to do things as a way to like
retracted.
just like quit the ones that that they don't like. Everybody procrastinates, and everybody always knows people sign up for things in the last minute, but they used, well, no one signed up for this, and then they canceled it because everyone would sign up last minute.
Frameshift drive charging.
Sounds like DOGE needs to come visit.
3, 2, 1.
Is it cool?
Engage.
DOGE.
What's that?
Department of Government Efficiency.
Oh. I will tell you one thing, which did. I don't know if it's like this everywhere, it could just be a southern thing, but I would never trust the sanitary ratings of any concession stand at a park. We literally get information on when the people are coming to inspect it, that way they know to clean it and to have a higher grade. Which just seems like the world's most contradictory thing. Like, it's like a teacher grading you after they give you all the answers.
If it
Yeah,
has to do with the government, I never trust it.
It could just be a weird thing in my area. Like, the last place I worked, they operated much differently, and everything was like an area, which is what I was expecting for here. It was not the same here.
It is not a unique thing to you. It is a literal standing thing in all of the sectors of government. And that includes the military.
Were you in the military?
Yes.
What did you do?
Work on aircraft.
That's cool. That's what my grandfather did.
Yeah, it's funny when you're one true answers to when you have inspectors coming is, well, we can either do it right or you can tell us when exactly they're coming so we can hide all the bad shit.
That's exactly how it operates here.
Exactly.
That's actually why I quit working at the airport. So I was going on vacation to visit my grandfather, just like I'm doing now actually. But there was this plane that had a big piece of metal sticking out of it inside of the cargo area where people's luggage was at. Like, so there's metal trim that like holds everything together inside an airplane, and it was like lifted up the entire time, and all it took is just someone with a hammer to flatten it out and to put a new rivet in. They just put some duct tape in there and called it good. And then another thing that was kind of sketchy is they had so there's a smoke detector that has like, I don't know the proper term for it, or to cars, so they had like a little roll cage to protect the smoke detector, but that had broken off, so it was just like dangling inside the cargo hold. That same plane, same condition, 2 weeks later once I came back from vacation. I decided it was unsafe to work there, so I was like, I'm good. It's interesting, but yeah. It's fun walking a few planes out. That was the only part I liked. I hated having to load luggage inside the airplanes. I didn't mind loading luggage inside the carts and stuff, but some of those airplanes are designed for really short people, and they don't have any conveyor belts or anything. It's very weird. Some planes are designed so you can actually stand in them, though. That's way more user-friendly to the people loading them.
Docking request accepted. You are welcome to approach, Commander.
And I slipped my hand open on one of the water carts. That's where I decided to quit, because I was tired of everything being broken and dangerous.
Landing gear deployed.
I do not blame you.
Scan detected.
It was to the point that they were like, oh, well, we'll just wrap it in a bandage and put some duct tape on it and you can go back out there and work. Thankfully, my shift was about to end, so I was able to go home anyways, but it was deep enough that it would be censored on YouTube. I didn't get stitches, though, ironically. By the time I got home, most of it was closed up, thankfully. Probably would have helped not have a scar on my hand. Kind of hard to see, but right now it looks like, I don't know if my camera can even focus on it. Probably not.
Docking accomplished.
Maybe?
Yes, have not. Welcome, Commander.
No,
Something.
I would have said, well, we can ask HR if that's the course we want to take.
HR doesn't help. HR is for the corporate.
You figured it out.
Actually, at my current job, I took the director to HR. Got tired of them using me for stuff that I wasn't actually hired for.
Release. Move clear.
Landing gear retracted.
And I was trying to like swap over to a job that was closer to me that I actually originally applied for, but they wouldn't let me do it because the guy that I'm hired for just like loans you out to other people. So I was going to work for someone better, and they blocked me because they don't want me working for someone else. So I took her to the HR for it, and they're like, we don't do internal matters.
Did you go to the next step?
There was no next step.
There's always a next step.
Is the next step the mayor?
Yep, and then if the mayor doesn't help you, you go to your next step.
4,
President?
3,
If it's government, there is somebody that presides above it.
Maybe. Eventually get up to the top.
warning. Approaching time operating beyond safety limits.
Guarantee you, there is a secretary that presides over your mayor and everybody above you right now.
most definitely, probably. Oh, you want to know the craziest thing? So I do a very like a non-security job technically. Like you shouldn't have like any like security clearance or anything for it. But they wanted people to sign a agreement to where if you download their app to like clock in and out of, you have to sign a waiver saying that you're fine with the town confiscating your phone if you do something that they deem unworthy and shouldn't be said.
That's illegal.
Yeah, oh, most definitely is. That's why I didn't sign it.
Federally illegal.
That's what the paperwork was. I don't even know if I still have the paperwork. I'll just see if I can find it. You might get a laugh out of it.
AKA a non-binding contract that they cannot make you sign.
Oh, I didn't sign it. They said it was optional, then they accused me of like hacking into their servers of signing in because I found a way to sign in at home. It's like, no, I didn't do it. Bring your own device. Or sign your contract. I just followed the tutorial you showed online on how to edit your hours in case you input them wrong, and you can also do the same way to clock in and out. Yeah, they tried to accuse me of hacking into the town servers for that. Because apparently it was impossible to log in the way I was.
Huh.
And after I told them how to do it, they were just sort of... They blinked a bunch and then they ended the conversation, so... I guess I won that argument.
Impossible.
Hits one button. Not impossible.
This is also the exact same person. It was actually the same meeting. The meeting where they were mad that I had to call a couple days off to replace a tire because they wanted me to change a tire in 40-degree rain one day. That same meeting was all like all together. Still mad about it if you haven't noticed.
How old are you?
What?
How old are you?
29? I'm sticking with it because it's nice to have that and then do like content creation and streaming in the background, so like it's nice having time to actually edit and stream. It's fun streaming.
Docking request.
And to get better at social media aspects of it. I need to go back to making more assets for my stream too. I used to make everything custom. Now, the real question, have you ever seen Squid Games? I have no clue why. I guess it's just so it's easier to like identify the people working on there if someone's missing. But if you watch something like the NASA's SpaceX like launch program before they launch like the newest mission, you can actually see a scene where there's like 30 people that literally look like they could be in Squid Games. Like they're all in like a black suit with glowing numbers. It's actually pretty cool, but I have no clue what inspired them to have the number system the way they did. Assume it's so they don't think that someone accidentally got stowed away or locked inside the...
Successful. Engines
Okay.
disengaged.
There's a full load of this. Alright, so trading, you... Alright, stock 1520. So hold on, so we're going to need to add that to the list then. So we need 15, 13 there. Need 779 at the other place. It's 15, 20. Alright, so you need to buy 772 of that. We're going to be full because of the titanium. Alright, what? Well, liquid oxygen will be fine. We can get that locally anyways. Alright, so let's just grab the steel then. So we need a lot of steel, and then we need a lot of titanium.
Cargo hold at maximum capacity. Ship release.
You have VR headset, Dravos?
Engaged.
No, I don't.
Landing gear retracted.
Trying to decide if that's where the future is going to go, or if it's worth even getting into them. Kind of cool if they ever get to the point where it's like Ready Player One, where you can actually like strap yourself in and like run and do it like properly.
Frameshift drive charging.
Another jump to you.
4, 3, 2, 1. Engage. Warning. Frameshift drive operating beyond safety limits.
Oh, if anyone ever needs help with their colonizing systems, let me know. I have been doing this quite frequently though, but I think we are going to be doing Thargoids next time we stream, or possibly doing some Guardian sites. We do a poll in either Discord or on Twitch to see like what people actually want. I assume there's some people that are still trying to get like their technology though, so that might win over Thargoids, but we might do Thargoids the next night. There's been a lot of commodity trading stuff back and forth lately. I'm almost certain that my fleet carrier is like parked on top of another one, and I think that's why we keep having issues. It's kind of weird. So hold on. Once I land, I need to go downstairs and get my Delacur medicine again. Oh, I forgot to tell you, Dravos. The doctor called, or the vet called. Sorry. So apparently it was a ruptured, infected tumor.
Oh, fun.
I mean, it was either that or cancer, so that is the better option.
Well, I was gonna say, it could still be just too much. Apparently it wasn't, so that's good.
Yeah, they sent it into the labs to test it. They didn't find any traces of cancer in it.
Good to go.
Yeah, it is good to hear. I'm just gonna have to take her back to the vet. 26th. I'm not sure if they put dogs through sleeping gas to remove stitches, or if they just do it while the dog's awake. Guardian structures, I remember World War looking battle, Corvette fitted with point defense, turret on top, and that looked scary. You know, the Guardian structures last time, we just used the Type H and put the defense turrets up top. Thankfully at the time I didn't have a fleet carrier, but Mustang was nice enough to jump us all the way out to the middle of nowhere for it. It's definitely nice having friends with money in this game, that way it speeds progress up a ton, especially for like getting your engineering and everything done.
Scan detected.
Somewhat done. I still got engineering stuff to do. Imagine like 4 or 6 of them shooting at the same time, and those animations are pew 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 pew. How's your system coming along, Verdant?
Landing gear deployed.
I don't know if you knew this or not, but you can actually go to a system where a Trailblazer's at and get majority of like your CMM and harder stuff to get all in one spot. Working on it slowly? Nice!
Hull integrity
Friend helped me out a little bit tonight, but I'm also running things slowly myself.
Docking complete. Ship has docked. Welcome, Commander.
Alright, I'll be back in a second. I'm gonna get my dog her antibiotics. that she is all situated. I'm not messing with those trailblazer ships. I know my favorite spots. Like I said, you don't have to, but I will say it is super nice going to one spot and then grabbing all of your CMM. Well, having to go to the planet.
Ship release. Move clear of the landing pad.
Gear retracted.
Does this game have directional sound? They did a fantastic job with sound design in this game.
Frameshift drive charging. 4, 3, 2, 1. Engage.
Look towards the galaxy, strange noises appear. What do you guys think of the colonization update? Do you like it? Do you hate it? Do you think it's too grindy? What would you do different?
Warning. Frameshift drive operating beyond safety limits.
Seems like a lot of people normally stop it in suggestions of what they would do different inside the game, so here's what else anyone else has. It's on for. Dravis wants mining to take longer. That way, it takes him like 20 hours to refine. Need a bigger ship?
Never said that.
Well, so far, the only two things that I've noticed is you find it boring for a game to refine instantly. You love the games that take forever to mine. Or at least that's what New World and Star Citizen have in common.
What'd you say they have in common?
It takes forever to refine things.
It's instant refine on New World. What are you talking about? I've said this how many times now?
It takes like 20 years to get material, though.
What does it?
Is it really not?
I put 30 minutes into it to fill my bag yesterday.
And is
I didn't even have
one full bag that doesn't really give me much to go on. Like, what is one full bag to you? Is that like one item, or is that
6,000. I was going for fiber. I had 6,500 fiber in my bag.
why would you need 6,000 fiber?
It's about scaling, dude.
Scaling?
So there's tiers to everything, right?
Right.
Tier 1 resources you need the most of, because in order to turn tier 1 into tier 2 you need so much of it. And it scales from there, so like
Oh, so you can trade up sort of like in this game.
basic numbers. So like you basically divide the number you have in half to go to tier 2, then you divide tier 2 in half to go to tier 3. Tier 3 gets divided in half for 4, and so on and so forth, you know what I'm saying?
Okay. So what does one bag get you? Or our level, like how many bags would you need to actually matter?
Well, that got me 25 skill levels in weaving. So
How many do you need?
go all the way up to 250. But at about 125, it starts getting more difficult because you need to start using higher tiers to actually like accomplish things.
Just running around with the scythe, I'm assuming?
So, but to answer your very first question, right? It does not take forever to refine things. What does take forever is building your skills up in the end tier of things. So you've got gathering, right? You go around, you instantly gather from bushes and rocks and stuff, right? You turn those rocks into usable material to craft with. That's your reforging tier. Reforging
or not reforging, but forging. Forging is instantaneous at workbenches. Then you take those and turn it into whatever profession you want to go into, whether it's armoring, weaponsmithing, engineering, etc., etc. Leveling engineering or the actual crafting line is probably one of the hardest things to do because, like, for example, armor smithing. For armor smithing, it requires not just, like, say if you wanted to build a metal chest piece, you know, a heavy armor chest piece, you need ingots, cloth, and leather. But your ingots need to be of the tier level. So it takes a lot to do armoring. That's the gist of it. Leveling up armoring and weaponsmithing and engineering are probably the longest things that you can do.
Landing gear deployed.
That sounds a lot like this game's engineering.
Docking successful. Engines disengaged.
Probably.
Have you not engineered anything yet? Now I'm starting to see why you don't know where the start with.
Cargo hold.
Sort of like a new world. This one you have to like pick and choose where you want to start beginning with. Then you start unlocking engineers, and then from there you can go from like a tier 1 resource commodity all the way up to tier 4. Although in this game it's kind of reversed. So a lot of people farm with tier 5 grades, and then they drop it down. That way it's worth more.
Landing gear retracted.
Let's see here, take care. Tons will be nicer? Why do you only want 900 tons, Verdant? How on earth did you get 795? At 760, and I thought I have everything set up for cargo. Oh. I had my FSD booster, that's why.
3, 2, 1, engage.
Yeah, my cutter, I have it set up so I have a 50 light year jump range.
Operating beyond safety limits. Warning, hull breach attack. Taking internal damage.
Fine.
Run into something.
No, I hit the planet's gravity field. This game actually has that mechanics.
Yeah, I know that, but you hit ship like damage.
It's fine, it's just a little bit of a scrape. Ship's seen some duct tape, don't worry about it. This one's been abused for...
Frame shift drive.
I will say the fair bit of colonization is because of this ship's use.
4, 3, 2, 1, engage. Warning, frame shift drive operating beyond safety limits.
There we go. That's what I was trying to do. W1B0XM. Hey Verdant, you might know this question, or someone else might have the answer. Can you just something for EDA, but please no reshade graphics mods? So you want no graphics mods, or what are you actually asking me to suggest, you Verdant? Like HUD mods, or with like nothing to change your HUD colors? It's funny you said reshade because I was thinking about adding it to this game too. Want to have a better look, but no reshade. Better look for planets or for your ship or just like in general. So I think reshade's the one that actually does like an in-game like full overhaul to graphics wise. But if you're just talking about like your ship's interior lights, you can download a different application for that. Want to have a better look, but no reshade. So, yeah, but better look in like your cockpit, or what are you talking about? So the one that I have, I think it's EDHM. I'll have to double check the name for you. But like my F1 through F4, I can actually like completely change my HUD of my ship, and I really like this ability. Like one of the buttons I can turn on and off to have like random clutter round turned off. That way, I know the engineering material is nice, but you don't necessarily always want to see the engineering material. I like being able to turn that off. General graphics, I know how to change colors, but I don't want. That's the only thing that I can think of as reshade if you're trying to do a full overhaul. One of the things I know is how to do like HUDs. You don't need to change the I&I for anymore, so that's nice. Yeah, the only other thing I know is like there's a whole bunch of like things you can download to help you with like realism and like immersion, but there's not too many other like texture packs you can download that I know of besides reshade. I wanted to do reshade things, but as someone said that wetness affects conflicting with something in this game, that my mood was ruined. To make water look like planets. So I will say Reshade has a lot of different like side plugins that you're able to download and like mess around with. I'm pretty sure that this game would run fine. I know it used to run fine with it. I don't have it installed currently though, so next time I play I can try it and I'll let you know if it's having issues. But that's the only thing I think of to actually improve like your water effects and like do a full overhaul with graphics wise. Which is not really a full overhaul, but at least change the colors. Question from random surfaces. I've just been using Reshade on Star Citizen to make it look better. And I have my own night vision set that I actually have in that game now. So I can actually see.
Landing gear deployed.
The nice thing is with Reshade, you don't necessarily have to use all their processes, but some of them have like better anti-aliasing, so some games like developers did their best when it comes to optimization, but Reshade has a lot more community members, so they're able to tweak the settings a little bit more. So a lot of time you can find profiles for games to just make it run way more efficient than what the base developers are able to get. Alright, so we need 2 of that and a lot of steel. Back in current legacy Horizons, NVIDIA in-game filters worked, but now they're not working.
Landing gear retracted.
Yeah, it seems like NVIDIA hasn't really been playing well with others lately. By the way,
Frameshift drive charging.
Goodbye, Commander. We hope to see you again, Commander.
I won't be here for it, but I hope everyone has a happy Easter. Same with you, Dravis. You got any plans?
3, 2,
Not sure yet.
1. Engage.
I get it. You're clearly going to dress up as a bunny and make all the kids happy.
Warning. Frameshift drive operating beyond safety limits.
Even going to a system with everything like at one spot, it still takes a long time to grab all the materials. Which, we're working on 2 at a time, so that might be why it seems like it's taking a while. But, you know, since I spent the time to jump the carrier, may as well just grab everything in one go instead of having to, like, jump back and forth. One other thing that I was thinking that would be nice to suggest to like the FDev team to do for the colonization update, Verdict, it'd be nice to actually be able to pin the resources, like what I'm working on for my sediment wise. It'd be nice if there's like something on screen to show me what I need, or even if I could like call my colonization carrier that's like parked inside of my system all the time, be like, hey, what resource commodity is it? And it like reads it out to you, or it like axes over it and like pops up a little message in like the chat window. That way it shows you like exact commodities that you need. The day when I have my own night vision ED with NVIDIA filters, exposure plus 200%, night becomes day. The problem doing it that way actually causes like a lot of stuff to be watered out. Tuesday, I'm definitely doing Assassin's Creed though. It's not historically accurate, but it's definitely the best one they've had in at least like 10 years. Reshade, which shaders are forbidden? What do you mean forbidden? I use a lot of proxy 80s shaders, and I also have not just the same loader that I have in Star Citizen actually I had put in this game. I don't think any of them would actually be considered forbidden. All you're doing is changing like the game's color pattern. Especially for this one that already has night vision, it's not like you're doing like a huge difference. Star Citizen's a little bit different since you can't have night vision, but at the same time, I mean, you're just boosting the brightness up, so you can't really... There's nothing that could be forbidden about that, really.
Docking request granted.
Unless it's a game that just has locked-in contrast and brightness to where no one can change it. That I can see.
Scan detected.
What kind of computer do you have, Dravis? Is that a 2080?
2080, yeah.
How's yours doing? Still doing pretty good for games?
Doing alright.
Run into any issues where you have to turn stuff down yet?
Landing gear deployed.
Yeah, sometimes to improve my frame rates and stuff.
Getting to that point too, I think. I don't know. Still trying to decide. I don't know if I want to go with AMD or just stick with NVIDIA.
Hull integrity compromised. Docking successful. Engines disabled.
Game anti-cheats conflict with some shaders. When you install reshade, you get to choose 100 plus shader pairs, and some of them conflict with anti-cheats. I just used the base one, and then I found a preset for Star Citizen, and I like the color patterns for that one, so I'd probably just use the same one here, honestly. That's why I said, if you look for ones that are game specific, a lot of games have like people that already have reshade profiles of what they recommend there, and you just literally copy and paste it over.
Cargo hold at maximum capacity.
My plan is to wait for DDR6 RAM to come out, though. They said it might be coming out at the end of the year, so my plan is going to be to wait for that to release, because then it'll be the RAM situated, the motherboard situated, and from there, figure out what actually supports on that motherboard. So I don't really see a point in upgrading anything right now, especially if it's going to be outdated in like less than a year. I hear the 4090 is pretty good, so if I end up getting like, or see one on sale, I might end up getting the 4090 just for a
Frameshift drive charging.
gen boost. I'm pretty sure my system should be able to hold it, but I'm sure my CPU will be bottlenecked.
1. Engage. Warning. Frameshift drive operating beyond safety limits.
My projects I want to complete, I will need a DDR7 RAM and the RTX 7090 Ti. Still far ways away from DDR7. We don't even have DDR6 yet. What kind of products are you trying to make? I'm really impressed that they haven't had like any pirates in the system either. It's actually been pretty peaceful going back and forth. So with DDR4 and I see no difference. You talking about you see no difference? What do you mean? I'm also with DDR4, but I still kind of confused at what do you mean by I see no difference? Sort of like SSDs, they can get way higher speeds than what we can. Same with so DDR5 I believe is capped at like, let's say it's like 6 to 8 or somewhere around there. Where DDR6 is supposed to be at like 21 or some crazy number like that. No turn radius in this thing. CPU second is AM4, so I have no space to push forward. So I actually built my PC when AMD wasn't actually like that big of a contender, so I had a top-of-the-line Zeus motherboard at the time. But with that being said, since AMD was on the smaller end scale, my motherboard doesn't even support like any AMD processors at all, so I can't even do it. DDR5 or complements of DDR6? Oh, there's a huge boost in speed between DDR4 and 5. Same with 5 and 6. It's like DDR3, like DDR3 compared to DDR4 just cannot compete. Even if you have like a 2000 DDR3 RAM, you're not going to be able to compete with DDR4. Vice versa. Charging something, Javos?
No, what?
Mike's making a weird buzzing noise. Game loads faster than my friend's laptop with DDR5? Yeah, but that's because you're on SSD. You know?
Not even talking. What are you talking about?
Yeah, it's not when you're talking. For some reason, it was like picking up some weird feedback whenever you were by it.
Yeah, I'm not push to talk to us, so nothing should be happening.
Huh. Don't click it. Alright, maybe I'm just going crazy. I could have swore I heard something. Hey! Thanks so much for rating, boss lady. How was your stream tonight? What were you guys up to? Welcome all new raiders. We stream Elite Dangerous on Thursday and Fridays usually. Although we've been doing a lot of colonization stuff, I think next time we stream we're going to be either doing Thargoids or going to doing some ground structure sites. That way people can get their research up. A good one, Bernard. Thanks again for stopping by and chatting with me for a little bit. It's always appreciated.
Come on, your landing gear is retracted.
Apparently we're just taking advantage of Trailblazer Echo to get a whole bunch of material for us.
Landing gear deployed. Hull integrity compromised.
Alright, so let's see, here's you.
Welcome, Commander.
There it goes. Did not actually count the steel either. Alright, so 4,600 steel, 4,300 titanium. Then after that, we'll head back over to the fleet carrier, grab up like the HE supplies and stuff like that, and then jump back over to our system, theoretically. Should keep us busy for a while. So, you can just gather the same tier 1 fiber in that game, Javos?
Landing gear retracted.
What now?
Oh, that's awesome, you're doing colonization? Did you find yourself a good system? They said in New World you're just able to farm up like standard fiber, you don't have to like go to somewhere weird for it.
It becomes fiber, then we can turn it on.
I mean, you don't have to have like gathering level 3000 to pick it up.
No.
That's nice.
Higher level parts of fiber you want.
Frameshift drive
It
charging.
goes pretty fast.
Gotcha.
4, 3.
Got a lovely one with a number of ring planets. Oh, sweet. We actually have one ring planet in my system, but we at least have an asteroid belt, so we'll be able to get an asteroid base eventually. Trying to get all the base things done though. So far we have our security up, our food up. We got our industrial stuff done last night, so tonight we're trying to get our refineries up and running. The next tick, hopefully everything will be close enough to our main station to sell from. My plan is going to be to have the hubs over there, that way it's able to pull like the bigger commodities instead of like the smaller ones. That was my thought process, at least. Well, to get the construction points, now we're building a bunch of space installation stuff, which require a lot of steel apparently. In case you didn't know, they have a whole bunch of trailblazers around the map, and this is by far the easiest way to get a ton of CMM. That way you don't have to go down to the planet. The only downside is a lot of people have their fleet carriers parked at them, so it's really hard to get a parking spot.
Warning, creation drive operating beyond safety limits.
A bit too far. Alright, so let's see. How much stuff have we actually placed down in your system so far? We're still relatively at the beginning part of it. We're now just trying to focus a little bit on construction points, so some stuff I don't think is necessarily needed. But I am trying to get a lot of the prerequisites done, that way the ground settlements are able to be built better. One of my viewers said they found like a 75 planet station that they actually were able to claim, which has kind of been crazy. That's a lot of stuff you're able to build on that one. It'd be a little bit overwhelming. What I have is only 13, so it's a little bit more smaller scale, but it's right next to Capricorn B, so I like the area that we found. I think the next one, though, I'm kind of want to make like a lawless system right next to where the Thargoids are at, because it'd be interesting to see like pirates fighting Thargoids. I wonder if that would even be possible, like, I guess system that's in full anarchy, pirate bases everywhere else, and then have like the pirates versus Thargoids. That'd be entertaining. Drop me out whenever, game. I guess.
Docking request granted.
So you're thinking about leaving the place you're working at currently there, Dravos?
Yeah, at some point.
Some point soon, or just like some point in the future?
I'm in a hunt for a new job, yes.
Gotcha. I hope you find out what you're looking for. Are you in a big town or anything?
I don't know. Why?
I was gonna say there's a lot of seasonal jobs this time of the year.
Yeah.
I thought it was cool. Right? Yeah, you're just gonna say I thought it was cool because of my name, but there was a. I remember the name of it now. It wasn't Jurassic Park, but there was like an actual like Jurassic exhibit that came in. It's kind of cheesy for like an adult. Like, obviously they're not real dinosaurs, but I'm sure as a kid I would have loved it. They had like animatronic dinosaurs where like they could actually roar and stuff. It actually paid decent. It was like a 3-day thing, sort of like a little attraction, but
Docking success.
I was looking for something like that.
Engines disengaged.
Well, I'm gonna hunt for something. I'm taking my routes that I can take. I'm actually gonna jump off and start to fall asleep with the computer.
Alright, have a good night, buddy.
Cargo hold.
Alright, so we got that. Let's get some repairs.
Ship Landing gear retracted.
Yeah, I'm really curious to see if it's just like this area in specific that's having like weird things going on with the quantum markers being changed on us, or if it's just because an update that happened earlier.
Scan detected.
If it's just the star having some issues. I'm guessing it's because there's so many fleet carriers in this area.
Frameshift drive charging. 4, 3, 2, 1. Engage.
Sorry.
Warning. Frameshift drive operating beyond safety limits.
And so let's move around. Here's swim back over to our ship. It's very weird. I'm not entirely sure what's happening with our marker for our ship. It's almost like we're parked on top of someone else somehow. It's like whenever we jump, it puts us to a different area. But then if you get like too close to a planet and the game like forces you out, it automatically puts it back to the original target. I'm wondering if somehow like our fleet carrier like stacked on top of another one and somehow we like pushed one out of the way, or if maybe both of us jumped to the system at the same time or something crazy happened. First time I've seen it happen though in this game. It's a different situation. Yeah, next time we'll definitely either be doing technology, engineering materials, or doing Thargoid hunting. Just to mix things up a little bit. It's been a lot of colonization stuff lately. Of course, dupe a shame and then get punished by it. So hold on, so you smash your back. Straight ahead. Poor guy, he interdicted us, but he's too slow to even catch up to the cutter.
4, 3, 2, 1.
So currently we're running a no shield, no weapon build to maximize the amount of stores that we're able to get inside our cutter. The only thing that we do have though is we have the Guardian FSD booster. That's to give us just a little bit more of an edge. Currently when we're full we get about 40 jump range, and then when we're empty we get about 50. It's like 59, somewhere up there. So I usually use my cutter to like jump around to like the areas to grab like the smaller commodities. Tonight though we went a different strategy. We ended up going to the carriers over here for Trailblazer to grab the CMM composites, which also sell like metal and a whole bunch of like other smaller commodities that we could also use on our stations. So we're just sort of taking advantage of the area, trying to fill up our fleet carrier before we jump over to our home station to offload all of it. It's taking a little bit longer since we're working on 2 projects at once instead of doing 1, so by the time we get everything offloaded, this should at least cover probably 30% of both of them. Both are going to need a bunch of like little knickknacks here and there, but I think we made decent progress so far. And at least once we get it to our system, we don't really have to worry about anything else. Like, we have adequate security, not like the best security in the world, but it's adequate enough to keep it from being interdicted immediately. Got low sec though, so the plan here is try to get as much places that actually can produce commodities that we want inside of our system. And then from there, we might expand into more security force just to get to the higher sec security. If we can't produce the goods, it doesn't really matter if we're super high security, so that's on the back burner until we get everything else plated. have the security force off in the distance, then they should be able to at least dodge. I don't know about you guys, but like my system that I colonized, it has conflicts like all over the place, ironically, which is good. Like it actually pays a ton to do like the missions inside the area. Some of them pay like 22 million per. You have to pick and choose whatever faction you want to work with, though. Talking about the weird stuttering, I'm not entirely sure why this game does it occasionally with this latest update, but I don't think it's anything in OBS is doing it. It's just this game has like some weird thing going on with it. It's only affecting some people though, apparently. I heard other people talking about they don't have that strange issue pop up.
Landing gear deployed.
I might try to uninstall and reinstall the game and see if maybe that clears out my files, or maybe even just verifying my integrity. If other people aren't having it, it could just be a bad update that I downloaded.
Hull integrity compromised.
Yeah, I'll do a poll either on Discord or Twitch to sort of figure out like what we want to do next time for the streaming. And if you guys are new here or just want to get some stuff knocked out, you're more than welcome to join us. We'll be taking the fleet carrier over to an area, especially if it's out in the middle of nowhere. So you don't actually need to have too much. All you'll need is at least an SRV. That way you can what your plan is to scan the things that you need, and the rest just easiest way would be to be in Discord to be like, hey, hold on, I need to grab the materials. A lot of like the engineering materials, for example, you're going to have to log in and out of. I don't know how many are new to the game. I'm sure a lot of you have been playing for a while, but new to the game, whenever you're engineering farming, basically you get to a planet. You're going to want to get to your resources inside that area, and then you log out, swap to a different server, log back in, do the same thing over and over again, and it's just going to keep repopulating. Or you can do the other way and just like jump out of the instance and jump back into it. That's going to require you to get back inside of your ship, and it's going to take much longer. Try verify integrity of game files on Steam. It worked for me. Oh, nice. Yeah, I'll definitely have to do that then. I should have done that tonight before I started. I didn't even think about it until it was too late. That's the first night I actually had the game crash twice on me. It's normally never doing that.
4.
How many files were missing? Was it just one, or is it a decent size that you had to patch out? By the way, yeah, I appreciate you letting me know. I'll definitely have to post it on my Discord, that way other people knew as well. Out of curiosity, are you on a older architecture? Like, are you on an 80 or around there, or are you on a newer GPU? I guess if it's related to like older graphics cards, or if it's just for all Steam files. Second before we jump. It's insane to think about at some point in this game there was no SEO drive. I live off of that thing. But you know what makes this like fly past things? One file had not updated properly, I have a 3070 Ti. Really? So it does affect other generations. Interesting. I wasn't sure if it was something just going on with the GTX series or not. What about you? How's your 3070 doing for games? My 1080 Ti has gotten to the point that I'm either going to be upgrading at the end of this year or next year at some point. Still trying to figure out like if I want to go with AMD or Intel though. Or not AMD and Intel, AMD or Nvidia. It's great, runs everything I throw at it. Oh, nice. The card's gotten to the point where Some games I just can't play in like ultra settings anymore, where before I could just like buy any game I want and everything would always be like maxed out and run perfectly fine. So it's just time. She's getting a little old, and NVIDIA is also ending the support of the 1080 Ti, so fortunately that's going to be a little bit of a thing. I guess newer hardware will be easier to run like VR games and stuff. I've gotten into VR, but I know a lot of people talk about doing VR with this game, so I might actually try that once I get a whole new system set up. Although one of the guys that we usually play with, he refuses to play this game in VR because I guess he ordered a pizza one night when he was playing this game, and it almost like made him puke it up because his ship was like flying uncontrollable. It was also brand new to the game though. So I'm curious to see like how motion sickness it is with this space game. Can't do Cyberpunk 2077 at full detail, but other than that, yeah, I noticed a lot of games now are relying on the frame generation stuff to sort of.
Capital class signature detected.
Weird. Normally it only does that whenever they're jumping into an area. Yeah, I noticed a lot of games are trying to rely on the frame generation to sort of like make their frame rate.
Docking request granted.
It's like the new Monster Hunter. It's got some ridiculous requirements just for like 60 FPS. I think a lot of those games, the problem is they have ray tracing, and ray tracing just seems to tank frame rates, which they've gotten a lot better over the years. The 20 series cards, I think, was like the world's smallest improvement, where 30s, 40s made much better. And 50, it sort of went back on itself somehow.
Scan detected.
Or at least from a VRAM perspective. I like Cyberpunk. My buddies played it. I got through the beginning part when it like first came out. I haven't actually played it again since then. I was really disappointed that they never actually finished their multiplayer mod. Not mod, but it was supposed to have multiplayer to begin with, and I think a mod developer is currently working on it, but I don't know if they ever actually finished it. Quite weird considering how old ray tracing actually is. Yeah, exactly, like, I honestly don't know. For what ray tracing is, I personally think that it doesn't benefit enough to have it on. If it like fully changed your game and it ran better, then obviously I would be a huge component to ray tracing, like trying to get a card for it, but it seems like very minimal graphic enhancements just to have your frame rate worse. That doesn't really seem like a good trade-off for me.
Hull integrity.
It does make things look nicer, I mean, I will say that, but
Engines disengaged.
the fact that it just always makes frame rates worse, that's the part that it's always sketchy for me.
Cargo hold at maximum capacity.
Someday, we hope we have a drone to do this.
Engines engaged. Landing gear retracted.
Now my whole pinning resource idea, I just thought about this. The only thing that it wouldn't work with that is what I'm doing right now, where you're putting the resources on your fleet carrier. So how would they actually... Trying to figure out how you could actually track it then. I guess you could do it based on the resources the commander has on him personally, like... So you can pull the database from the fleet carrier and then scaling them, that would sort of help figure it out. That's why they don't have a pin, it's just a very odd thing. It really don't work in Elite, because usually there is one light source per system, Yeah, the game is a lot older though, so I don't think they initially built it from the ground up with ray tracing in mind. Parole violation. Sorry, I was not expecting that dude's fleet carrier to be called that. Yeah, and I think my plan is going to be to wait for like the mid-year to upgrade to DDR6. Hopefully that comes out this year. If it does, then I'm just going to do a big upgrade haul for December month. That should have plenty of things on sale technology-wise. It's Black Friday too. Unless everything waits till afterwards, then I might just hold off on it. I'm going to need a beefy power supply. Fans. I could probably order the fans, really, or stuff like that. Have you played any of the older Elite Dangerous, or are you just on the newer one? A lot of people were talking about how cool Elite was like back in the day. I didn't realize that you could actually like work for the Thargoids and like get your own like Thargoid saucer and stuff. That was really cool. Think about actually trying out like the original build at some point to like see like the differences. Which, I mean, obviously the graphics are going to be much worse, but it'd be cool to actually try out and play like some of the older stuff. I realized it was so vast back then.
Docking request accepted. Proceed to your designated path, Commander.
Landing pad number 1. Hey, old, how's it going tonight?
Landing gear deployed.
Trying to wait for the world's slowest ship to stop. It's all the tower. There we go.
Landing gear retracted.
So I'm not entirely sure why the game yells at you whenever you don't have your landing gear down, but with the cutter it almost seems easier to line yourself up without the landing gear. At least for a lot of the construction sites I noticed, they had little lights on the ground, but the problem is the lights on the ground are at the exact same spot that the front nose of the cutter's landing gear is at, so it's actually easier to get yourself like fully lined up with the landing gear up and then deploy it like at the very bottom.
Docking accomplished. Clamp engaged. Your ship has docked, Commander.
3,000 of that, 4,300 of the other. You should try Elite. You'd be surprised how much influence Elite had on the entire gaming industry. I most definitely will.
Ship has departed. Launch underway.
Is that... like, do they have like a single player campaign for it, or is it another big open world game like this one? The way people were talking about it, they had like aliens and it sounded a lot more like Mass Effect kind of. That's another game that I really love too. By the way, old, still trying to figure out, so I'll be on vacation next week, but the week after that, I'm trying to figure out if we want to do Thargoids, engineering materials, or Guardian stuff. So if you want to do any of that, I'll have a poll on YouTube, Twitch, and Discord to see like if anyone has like any specific things that they want to work on. We can actually like work on that as together. Group. Still need to get my engineering caught up on my R2 that I can do more damage to Thargoids though.
Warning. Breach.
Or just actually outfit my Conda that I'll eventually buy. Just a little bit of break. We've been doing colonization for like the past 4, maybe 5 live streams. We get some action in here. When it's been a very long time since we've done Exobio. Thargs, and then some more Thargs. Do you normally get on around this time of night?
Warning. Breach attack operating beyond safety limits.
Oh, it's morning time for you? So you normally get on this time of the morning? Well, yeah, I guess technically it's morning here too. It's 4:30 in the morning though, so it's still pretty early. DJ down ship. There we go. Have you colonized the system yet, old? I was talking about it earlier, but I don't think you were here. I think it'd be really cool to make a lawless system, like inside the Pleiades sectors. And then like have a place to where you could watch the Thargoids and like pirates fight each other. You like your stream, but miss it mostly. I gotcha. Yeah, I'm still trying to figure out like timing wise, I might try to adjust some stuff a little bit differently soon. I'd be looking for a new job soon, so I should have a lot more time to do it, so I might alter my streaming time to be a little bit different hours. Yeah, I'll be out of town from the 27th all the way till the 4th, I believe, so I won't be able to stream during that period, but I should have videos. If you've colonized the system and you didn't know about it, the Trailblazers actually sell the CMM, and I noticed it's so much easier to grab it in like large quantities. One of the spaceports required like 6 million that we have, and I was just able to grab all of it from here instead of having to like worry about going down to the planet, grabbing it, and then going back up, and worrying about gravity and all that extra nonsense. The only downside is there is everybody and their mother's fleet carrier parked inside. Oh! And someone commented earlier, just so you're aware, if your game seems to have like some random jittering in it, you might need to, on Steam, verify your files, and that should fix your integrity of the game. That way you're able to not have the stutters.
Docking request granted.
Birds and Thorns sound fun? Yeah, exactly. Like, I think it'd be cool. It'd be crazy. Like, I don't want to drive the Thargoids out. Like, don't get me wrong. But at the same time, I think it'd be really cool to like jump to an area and then you just see a whole bunch of pirates screaming whenever the Thargoids are attacking them.
Landing gear deployed.
Sure, it wouldn't work that way. Like, it would be really cool if it did, though. But imagine, who would really need security? You got the pirates on one side, then you got the Thargoids on the other side, then there's you just chilled in your home station, looking outside the window, watching everyone destroy each other.
Hull integrity compromised. Scan detected. Docking successful. Engines disengaged.
Yeah, if you haven't actually gone to any of the Trailblazers, they have like liquid oxygen here, water, evac shelters, survival equipment. The main thing that I'm care about though is like the machinery and the technology. They have a lot of the stuff that you can't really find too often, like the HE suites, the CMMs here as well. Non-lethal weapons, that's a little bit rare, but the Muon Imager, this one's pretty rare too. So those are the ones that I would prioritize if I were doing to here. Let's see here, hold on. Let's finish first port, but it's on a gas giant, so getting there and back is slow.
Cargo hold at maximum capacity.
So
Ship released.
I'm still trying to like figure everything out. For my system, I have the installations on a planet nearby, and the plan is going to be to have hubs on the planet closest to your spaceport. The spaceport has limited range, so whatever one it's orbiting is going to be the one that it pulls from. So you want to have like your bigger ones that supply like more commodities close by. That way it's able to pull from there. That way you can just go to your spaceport instead of having to worry about like going to ground sites. So I would prioritize having like your hubs and things like that inside of that area. Or even if you're... It'd be interesting to see like the different schematics of like the planets. You might be able to have a station in the middle that have one on like both sides if it would actually like pull from both. But I don't know if we've actually been able to have one that like goes directly in the middle of one. Get the first port done and then wait a bit until the rush slows. That's a good idea. Once you get the first one done, I highly recommend going to one of these fleet carriers. What kind of ship are you using to haul the commodities over? It's a very controversial build that I have. A lot of people hate the fact that this has no shield. This is like the best cargo and distance that I was able to get with the cutter.
Frameshift drive charging.
I mean, honestly, it's not too bad. It's, what, 54 when it's empty. It's like 39 when it's full. I use the Type 9. It's not too bad. I just hate how slow it is.
Warning. Frameshift drive operating beyond safety limits.
It's not the funnest grind, but it is relatively quick to get to the cutter. So like honestly, if you're just trying to like min-max it, there is a route you can take where you're just literally going for delivering data back and forth, and you're able to get your Imperial rep up super fast doing it that way. I would recommend it just because this has... handling's still horrible on it, don't get me wrong, like it turns like a boat, but at least it turns like a boat with a supercharger. You can actually haul a ton in a forward direction. Just turning, maybe like slightly better. Still awful though. Slightly better. Yeah, with a full ship, currently I have a 38.6 light year jump range, 54 when it's empty, and my cargo capacity is 760 with my cutter. Kind of a crazy build. I sort of designed this build mostly around like an exploration ship, and then I just filled it in with cargo racks. So that's why we don't have our shield, mainly because we were just wanting more cargo space. We could technically do a whole booster, but the problem is that would weigh us down, which would then affect our jump range. So I didn't know how far we'd actually need. Got some cutters, but not engineered yet. Oh, gotcha. This one actually has minimal engineering. Sorry. Yeah, this one's actually minimal engineered. Actually underclocked a lot of stuff. Someday, though, I'm going to go someday I'm going to go explore, and I'm going to notice that all my components are missing. And this is going to be the culprit. Hey, what is your opinion? Would you use the Crate Mark II for Thargoids, or would you use the Mandalay? So I know the Mandalay is weaker and has less hardpoint, so it's definitely not going to be an insta-kill things. But the fact that it runs so cold, I feel like you might be able to get away with having like one thermal laser on it, and it should stay cool enough for the Thargoid to not be able to target you too much. Which might end up being stronger than just being able to brute force it. So now you can just insta-kill things with like the Anaconda or the Corvette if you're good enough with your shots. Obviously the Corvette didn't really work out too good last time we hunted Thargoids. We had some slight issues with it. What morning works better for your old? Are you normally on Thursday morning or Friday mornings? Or sorry.
Docking request accepted. You are welcome to approach.
That's if you're ahead of me right now. It's Saturday for you. So you're normally on Saturday mornings or Friday mornings? Use straight manually is very good for Thargs. Still need to buy the manually, but I was trying to decide like which one I actually want to engineer. I still need to get my Mark II fully engineered. It turns out the last time that we were hunting Thargoids, I don't remember when I did it, but at some point I took my upgraded hull off of my Crate Mark II. I think it's because I was trying to like move everything over to my Python when I was originally trying to hunt the Titan, not realizing that that hull couldn't actually be transferred over. Yeah, I had like a full extra like 2,000 armor that was just sitting in a box in some random station. Might have helped a little bit to survive. Friday and Saturday are not good for me. What day is it for you right now? Is it Saturday morning?
Landing gear deployed.
Kinda playing the schedule a little bit more around the community. Like I said, I'll be gone Wednesday for a while though. I think like a week and a half or so.
Docking accomplished. Ship has docked.
Saturday. So it's easier for you during the week. We try to do like a Tuesday night. Be dangerous stream then. Let's see here. So you. $23.86. At least the number's going down. We've been in the same system for 4 hours though, so it's been a while. We're almost done though. Then we'll get to see the cool fleet carrier jump, and then offload all of it.
Ship has departed. Move clear of the landing pad.
Tuesday night would be cool. Yeah, maybe we'll have to do that.
Frameshift drive charging.
Oh, another thing, if anyone's using a fleet carrier and they don't know about the bug, whenever you're buying stuff off of a fleet carrier, be sure you go in and out of your inventory inside the carrier itself. That way it updates and puts it into either your cargo hold. If not, you're going to have to log in and out of the game to get your cargo to actually show up. This is more of a definitely do, but don't follow what I do because I usually forget about it. But it's definitely something that saves a lot of time.
Warning. Frameshift drive operating beyond safety limits.
How much left do you have for your station to get done, old? Is it just a little bit, or do you still need a lot of materials? So down in the middle of nowhere, so I need to be able to help if you want. Need. And though my fleet carrier is going to be full of materials. It'd be really cool if you could actually like request the Trailblazer to like come to your system and like them have a cooldown for like, you can't request the Trailblazer to come here for 4 days, and then like every single weekly or maybe a week reset long actually. And have it so if you request the Trailblazer to come to your system, it goes into like a queue. Then you would kind of be encouraged to see like other commanders like systems that they developed. Though with that said, obviously, if you have a system that's full of pirates and everything else, it'd be awful to actually grab the materials from, so maybe that's a bad idea. I personally have not ran into the issue, but some people were having it, like if you were placing like any of the spaceports, for some reason, like you click the plus sign to where you want to assign it, and the game will just assign it to some random spot that's not where you actually clicked. I personally have not ran into that issue yet, though. Everything's been exactly where I put it, so I'm not sure what actually triggers that weird bug.
Orbital flight engaged.
The only thing that really affects those, if you do like one of those super expensive stations, it locks you into the wrong location the entire time because you can't really stop a project and dismantle it. Yeah, if everything goes according to plan though, hopefully my system's going to produce all the goods to actually like expand to other colonies. So I feel like that'd be easiest to like go to one stop to have everything that we need. And we can like colonize other stuff. Is it take with Frontier if that happens? It's happened. It doesn't happen with me, but I saw Commander Meekin have that issue.
Docking request granted.
I didn't realize raising a ticket with them actually would fix the area. It's good to know. Yeah, I was watching another streamer on YouTube actually have that issue. I felt really bad, like it was the super expensive one and they just like put it in the world's most random place.
Scan detected.
What about you, Totopia? Have you had any of those weird issues yet?
Landing gear deployed.
Because for me personally, I haven't actually ran into the issue, but I have seen people with it. So I don't know how common it is. It might just be a fluke in the system. Also wondering, like, so I know whenever you're Thargoid hunting, like, you can have a little bit of desync if you have more than 4 commanders in an area. So I'm kind of curious, like, if you're playing with a ton of people inside of your system and you're placing that, would the system itself have some desync when you're placing it, so maybe that could cause it too?
Successful.
I'd like to actually see like the statistics on the general breakdown of when the server failed and how it happened. Let's see here.
Cargo hold at maximum capacity. Ship released. Engines engaged. Landing gear retracted.
So I am kind of curious, old virgin. What inspired your name? Was it like, is it based on the movie? Adam Sandler one. I can't think of the name currently though. It's like the 30-year-old version, 40-year-old version, some movie like that. I can't remember the name though. Glad that I don't have to actually pay for thruster fuel. Not yet. I have so far made out a outpost, 3 facilities in orbit, and now I'm working on 3 settlements on the same planet. I'm trying to see if I can get a greenhouse effect going. Greenhouse effect. What do you mean by greenhouse effect? Would it? Like for agriculture, or? I don't think it's needed. We ended up starting with, well, I guess security is not awful. We decided we wanted a little bit of security. That way we didn't have to get interdicted immediately. But we start with agriculture because I figured that would be the easiest way to like feed the police force, and it makes most sense to me. See if I can heat the planet up. Oh. Huh. That'd be interesting. One of my viewers was talking about it. They actually saw somebody place a base on top of a neutron highway, and basically they made it into a giant slingshot. With that being said though, I'm kind of curious to see like if it would actually like spin a base super fast. So it'd be really it'd be really funny. It'd be awful. I'd probably hate it, but it'd be super funny if you had one of the orbital stations that had like the 4 noob hammers and have it like super speed with the neutron highway. Someone called me at once and it's stuck because it's bitch love irony. Oh, Brits love irony. Fair enough. Which part are you from? You said you're from Australia, right? Or are you from England? Ironically, I have a lot of family that live in New Zealand and a lot that live over near Manchester. Not in Australia though. My family almost... Well, before I got born, my family were in Australia. They were on military deployment. They eventually came back before I was born. And once again, we fly past our carrier. Give us credit. H instead of J. I'm from Scotland, but I live in England. Why'd you leave Scotland for England? That's a pretty different terrain style. Now, when you say England, I'm assuming you mean like in the city and not just like out in the countryside, or you're in the countryside of England? Countryside's not too bad.
I hope you are in good health. Docking request accepted.
It's kind of funny. I seem to tend to enjoy more of the British shows on TV than American shows lately. Seem to usually have a little bit better writing, I noticed lately. The Sci-Fi Channel still does okay, mainly because they just do the most like outlandish stuff that most people would ever think of. Well, I could never get into the whole Sharknado. Small town Scotland sucks. Fair enough. At least like to tour there to see like some of the old towns and stuff. There's a lot of history over there. We don't have any of that. Where I live, like Blackbeard came and we like is very unique, the town I live in. So I live in a place that Blackbeard and like slave trade was like very popular in, obviously when all that stuff was going on. But to make up for all the dark history, they painted like all the buildings like rainbow colored. So it's like literally the most obvious way to mask like a dark history possible. It's very unique though. Like you can still actually see like the markets where they sold slaves. They sell like a bunch of random knickknacks. It also makes for a crazy ton amount of ghost stories.
Carrier, Commander.
1626, the number is definitely going down.
Landing gear restricted.
I don't live in a small town. I live in a... Well, it's a big town, but I live in like the outskirts of it. So like I'm in between a very large town and a very small town. So I still get to see like the horses and everything driving into work. And I also have everything like 5-10 minutes away from my house, so really a convenient place. We have dark history around every corner. Yeah, that's true.
Charging. 4, 3, 2, 1. Engage. Warning. Operating beyond safety
So
limits.
I kind of said it earlier, but I'm not sure if this is also part of like the star system or if anyone else is having this issue tonight. It seems to be picking like very random things to jump to. Like I marked the trailblazer and it'll like randomly try to jump to a different spot. But it's like in the same area though, so like it just moves like one position over. It's happening to Friend too though, so I assume it's not a file integrity issue. Neither one of us was having this issue before we came to this area, so I think it just has to do with the amount of fleet carriers in this small zone because of this trailblazers here. Yeah, thanks for following. Still waiting on confirmation from FDev. I don't want to spend a whole bunch of time to do it and then like step on the wrong toes for it. I was thinking it'd be really cool to do like a Thargoid hyperdiction whenever someone raids the channel. I just think that would look really cool. Plus I really like the animation they did with it. But like I said, I'm still waiting on confirmation from them, so I don't want to step on any toes. There are some pretty cool 3D printed models though that you can find on Thingiverse where you can actually print your own Thargoid. If you have a 3D printer. Sorry, you following me maybe. Think of that when I actually saw that animation again. We appreciate you following. It means a lot. Do you stream Elite Dangerous too? Just Dystopian, or do you just play it? No, Orange Phoenix and your buddy had like a large party earlier tonight, so I wasn't sure if you were part of like group that were streaming or if you were just a viewer from one of their streams. Just another commander that's found us in the dark void. Honestly, instead of the fleet carrier, you just play it. Gotcha. Instead of the fleet carrier, it'd be really cool to get one of the sub-capital ships to fly. Like the one that comes into the area that has like 50 billion lasers whenever the Thargoids were attacking. Those would be really cool to like own. Even if you have to like rent it for a day or something. I would just like to see all the light shows fighting pirates with it. That'd be fun. Or even Thargoids, like taking it to one of the Thargoid areas. I mean, you can kind of do it with the Corvette, but it definitely had way more lasers than what the Corvette could use.
Hull integrity compromised. Docking successful. Engines disengaged.
So you see,
maximum capacity.
Also, I don't know if it transfers over to you guys, but we also do Star Citizen on Mondays. That one's a little bit more easy to get more than 4 people in a group together, so just in case if anyone wants to join us in that, you're more than welcome to. I'm really hoping that this new squadron update allows for more than 4 people in an area. To be like connected, like you can actually share like a mission together and it actually like shares for everybody. This is the same sort of situation that where some people like jump in or not. I really wonder how all pirate systems would be. Alright, we'll see that. Pirate systems would be for what now? We're talking about to make an entire system that's just for pirates. That'd be cool, honestly. I was thinking of doing that exact same thing, but once the bubble gets pushed out a little bit further from like other commanders colonizing, I want to colonize somewhere that has Thargoids, and then just focus completely on trying to have like the most lawless system possible, where we have like pirate bases right next to where the Thargoids usually are, and seeing if we could actually have like a Thargoid pirate like conflict out the window, which I know you can't really see outside station windows, but it'd still be cool to like jump into an area and then you like see the Thargoids fighting. That'd be really cool.
Warning, operation time operating beyond safety limits.
LC missions would be cool in Wings. Yeah, most definitely. Like, I don't know. I understand that this game does get a little bit desyncy when you have more than 4 commanders together, but I feel like the sweet spot is like around 8 to 16 when it comes to space games. Like, there's a lot of situations where we'll have like random commanders that are like, hey, I need help doing this, or hey, I would like to like work on combat and stuff, and it'd be cool to be able to like play with everyone in a group, and that way like the 5th person just doesn't literally feel like the 5th wheel where they can't get like any quests done. They're like, hey, hi, I'm in the area with you, but I can't join the group, can't get any of the missions, but I can help. I just feel bad whenever it's like that. I had that issue in a long time though. This game's sort of like other space games where people play it for a while, then they take a little bit of a break, and then they come back to it, that I noticed. Some just get overwhelmed with trying to figure out what all to start with. We do Thargoids on Tuesday though. I'd either do Guardian sites or engineering stuff the next time. Do a poll to see when everyone wants to, but it should be pretty easy to do. They definitely need more engineering material, and I'm sure other people need that too. Well, I noticed a lot of people have been talking about going for the Guardian power plants lately. I haven't seen anyone actually use a build with the Guardian power plant, so I'm surprised so many people are trying to go for it now. I don't know if they did like a weird update to like make it better, or if people are just like trying to collect it just for like completion's sake. They did collect the Guardian fighters. I, going to be 100% honest with you, I don't think they're better. They just look cool. And I wanted it because it looks cool. I'll have a reason better other than that. But another thing I was kind of wondering. Oh, on Earth. So, like, if you're in a bigger system, if you put a pirate base, if you put a pirate base down in a certain moon, is that going to keep the pirates congregating to like one moon? Like, would you be able to easily farm out like pirate contracts inside that zone, or would that just invite pirates over to like your entire star system to where you'd be infected with pirates all over the place? That'd be something else to like test out. Like, I'd be really curious to see like if it has like a higher like resource extraction site zone if you have a pirate base in a specific moon, or if that doesn't do anything at all except for put pirates inside of your system and have a home for them. It'd be a complete waste, but I think it would be really cool. I mean, honestly, I want to get the asteroid base built in my system too, just because I think it looks really cool, but they have like a nice... Sorry. They have a nice ice one that it'd be fun to make that like the outlaw system. Have like an ice asteroid base. Have like one nice like tier 2 random station on the middle of nowhere that you're never going to go to. Have like an asteroid ice base set up in the corner, and pirate bases and like everything else to like encourage outlaws inside everywhere else, and to see what all would happen. Crazy. It'd be awful because I'm sure you'd be like interdicted immediately, so maybe only have like one pirate base is all you would want. Or what would be really cool, I don't think they would do it, but if they made it so like, let's say you had like a full outlaw system like that, imagine being able to partner with like the pirate king or like outlaw king, outlaw head honcho, whatever you want to call him, and then he's going to offer you like protection in your own system because it encourages him to get more money based on how wealthy your system is. So you sort of have like hired security thug guards to like protect you against other pirates trying to stop you. That'd be something cool and unique. I don't think it's going to go that in depth, but that'd be a cool feature. Should do it. A soft, easy landing. Nothing's about to blow up.
Come on, your landing gear is retracted.
I was saying it earlier, if anyone actually flies around the cutter, if you have any construction building sites, for settlements at least, it's much easier to land with your gears up until you get closer to the ground. It seems like the front nose gear actually clips into some of the lights on the ground, and unfortunately it'll like cause your cutter to like get stuck in a weird position where it won't land, and it'll start like trying to pull you forward and act all super crazy like, and the only fix to that is to have your landing gear up. Obviously when you get close to the ground, deploy your landing gear. So 866. Yes, I use everything unengineered. I got the stuff for it. This is going to require more power. Okay, so we don't have the mechanical equipment, so that's going to be the... well...
Ship has departed. Launch underway.
Landing gear retracted.
It's a very unique build, but basically I turned my cargo ship into an exploration ship. So I wanted to be able to like jump far range. Might be a little bit overkill since it seems like a lot of stuff is relatively close by. But once we start like actually pushing the bubble out further, there's gonna be a huge need for it. Like, imagine once we get out to like 1,000 light years away from the bubble currently. It's gonna be a pain in the butt to like find a place that has like all the resources needed, unless a whole bunch of other commanders are like actually improving their system and not just like claiming and moving on to the next one. So I'm sure there's... so far it seems like a lot of people are filling it in. There's gotta be systems that physically are just being claimed and then being left in the dust. Which maybe that's why the tier 2 buildings are so costly, that way people who don't want to put the time into it would just cancel it. It's all a bug on Reddit where someone was like able to like finish the tier 2 buildings immediately, but the guy got banned for it. I'm not sure how many systems he was able to claim or if they even like reverted his systems. That was definitely an exploit. It wasn't like a bug in the game. He was just exploiting the system. By the way, whenever we're able to, I should be able to show off the Corsair for you guys so that we can see if it's something that you might consider purchasing or not. Looks like it's going to be pretty cool. I am excited to see like how much cargo capacity it actually has. Alright, so let's see. There was a guy who had 100 systems in the first week using a bug. That's why they stopped the system claims. Ah, that's what it was. I mean, I get that they were trying to like push it forward that way, you know, people could like claim other areas, but it also takes away from people who are trying to like explore the system and like move out some. If I can find the right system in the Pleiades sector, I'll build us the lawless system. Out of pure curiosity, I want to see the chaos. It should be impossible, that's why we can't have nice things. Exactly, like, honestly, that was just an awful thing to do. With that being said though, I believe you're able to claim an infinite amount of colonies as long as you complete your first building. So I know a pretty common strategy, it's kind of cheesy, but basically you have your first one set up to be a smaller building. That way you're able to claim the system, you don't have to worry about the timer on it, and it's also just going to save you a little bit of resources to like have your initial claim done. So I'm curious to see like how many people are doing that, just the daisy chain forward. I think once you get 10 things placed in your system, you get a discount on stuff, but you also have a higher cost when it comes to placing stuff. There's some weird scaling mechanic like that.
Docking request granted. Scan detected. Landing gear deployed.
Also, I'm going to be better at posting my schedule on Twitch. This time around I decided to have like a month-long schedule, that way it's just easier to follow. Some games, sort of like this one, it takes a little bit of time to get set up though, so sometimes we'll be starting a little bit later than the schedule, just for waiting on people to get to the fleet carrier if we're jumping out to the middle of nowhere. Back in a second, grab a drink real quick.
Hull integrity compromised. Docking successful. Engines disengaged.
more steel. Then we'll be on to titanium, and then we'll finally be done with this system.
Cargo hold at maximum.
Have any of you guys actually gone to the Elite Dangerous? Like, I don't know if they call it a con or like the Elite Dangerous Expo.
Ship released. Engines engaged. Landing gear retracted.
Some may call it a con though. Sort of like TennoCon, TwitchCon. I guess it would be Frontier though. AvaCon, no? Cool to do one of those one day. You know, they got a lot of stuff going on in like New York and then a lot of stuff overseas, obviously.
Frameshift drive charging.
Kind of crazy how long it actually takes to grab all this stuff. So, what is your guys' opinions on it? Do you think that they should turn down some of the requirements for it, or do you like the amount that it is for stations?
Warning. Frameshift drive operating beyond safety limits.
Obviously, they got the whole saying that Rome wasn't built in a day, so I guess you want to find a balance between not too grindy, but still have a thing about fun. I think it's about right. The only one that I think definitely needs like a little bit of tweaking for is the big orbit station. Some of those resource requirements, that one's like super high amount. Although they are at least fixing a lot of the stuff that's having issues, so like the CMM got boosted, the insulated membranes that got boosted earlier today actually. So both of those having a boost and actually like supply is definitely going to make things much easier for like newer commanders trying to claim the system and like fully colonize. That was one thing that we were having to like battle when it first came out. It's nice that they're actually following through with the promise too. Like, they're treating this like a proper beta and they're listening to feedback from the community and they're tweaking their settings. Still trying to figure it out though. The only thing, it'd be hard to keep track of like how much you have on your character though. It's like I was talking about like pinning the resources before. That makes sense in other games where you can like hold it on the side of like your inventory that's like physically on your body. But as soon as you put it in the fleet carrier, your game might like lose track of it. Unless you're able to like pin it to have like your fleet carrier be like your personal inventory. I don't know, some system along those lines, like being able to have that like a HUD to be able to like look and say, oh, I'm working on like 3 different systems, they all need steel, so I need to see like the exact amount of steel without having to have like a spreadsheet and doing it outside of the game. I think that would be a little bit more user friendly. That's so far the only thing that I would actually change with colonization. Everything else seems pretty good. The one orbital station seems, I don't see a benefit to spending the extra time on it when the other ones look just as cool. and they seem to be do majority of the same thing. Like, I have a slightly lower economy overall, but I don't think it's like a huge difference for that station. That being said, though, station's only pulling from the closest moon to it. Kind of encourages you to have like 2 to 3 different stations built. So maybe a way to like edit your colony after it's built to like either destroy something or like move it later on to like, oh, I found new information out. I want to move my spaceport from this area to the next one. That'd be kind of cool. I don't think currently there is like a dismantle or a move feature. Like once you build it, or sorry, once you begin the project, it's like locked in.
Successful eligibility check.
My understanding.
Docking request accepted. A landing pad has been assigned to you, Commander.
Landing gear deployed.
So let's see. Hey, Nico, how's it going?
Landing gear retracted.
Just woke up.
Landing gear deployed.
So I found a place where I could just park my fleet carrier to take advantage of it, so I have been getting a ton of material. Friend thankfully was able to help me a little bit earlier tonight. Sniper, unfortunately, he had like a tornado in his area, and he keeps having issues with his cable company. Like, they're trying to fix this issue, like they had a whole bunch of noise on the line, but for some reason it's not actually fixing it. Trouble falling asleep. Dad went to the hospital yesterday. Well, that's not good. Is he okay? Like, is it just a small thing, or is it something major?
Docking successful. Clamps engaged. Hello, Commander. How may we assist you?
Like, in this instance here, having to like remember I want 106 steel. You should have the memory for it, but it'd be nice to at least have that pinned on the screen somewhere to be like, oh, okay, it's just 106. Without needing to like put it inside a notepad. Just a small nitpick though, but yeah. Alright, so 106 and then all titanium.
Shift released. Move clear of the landing pad.
Landing gear retracted.
Lapse in the hallway, that's not good. Hope everything's alright with them. I know they sort of poke fun of like the American whole system, but how's it work over where you live? Is it free healthcare, or how does that actually work?
Frameshift drive charging. 4, 3.
Waiting for words from my mom at the moment. Are you sure it's the same as over there? Ah, okay, so you gotta like pay for like doctor fees and all that other nonsense.
Warning. Frameshift drive operating beyond safety limits.
Go there, but you still have to pay afterwards? Yep. Seems here. I had that issue blacking out in the hallway when I had bronchitis. So hopefully he doesn't have like something going on with his lungs. How old's your dad? It works by you get ill, you gotta go to the hospital, they treat you, and it's free. One thing that I hate about hospitals, America should try it. I 100% agree with you. We had this conversation earlier, like, imagine if the world wasn't full of greed and people actually wanted to like cure diseases. I feel like we would actually have a cure for cancer by now. Maybe not all cancers, but I feel like we should at least have more. The world should just have more knowledge on it by now. All the smartest people in the world, someone surely can figure out a way to cure it. I'm wondering if it's just being held back because people want more money. He does have heart problems, so hopefully it's nothing from that. Isn't that called socialism? The world just needs to do better. How about that? Everyone needs to do better. Especially the United States. Obviously, they are. we do very weird healthcare ideas. Where are you from, Zootopia? Are you from Canada? Or are you from the UK? So you were talking about free healthcare, so obviously you're not here. Oh, gotcha, nice.
Captain class signature detected.
Well, Nico is on the other side of the world with you, but unfortunately his country sort of does it the American way.
Docking request granted.
Funny, I'm surprised Sweden does it our way. Crash, don't crash, oh, don't crash.
Landing gear deployed.
New issue, don't give me a fine. I'm trying to reverse, don't you do it. That is one thing that I hate about this game. Whenever you accidentally, like, let's say you hover over a pad or you accidentally, like, go inside of a mail slot before calling because you forget and you're not paying attention, like, them having a timer up there literally means nothing since you get 5 billion fines immediately.
Hull integrity compromised.
You should just wait a second. At least until the timer goes up. If you're still in there once the timer goes up, obviously you're doing it intentional. Alright, so 106 of you. Kind of overshot that just a little bit. Yeah, I guess it's because I always played with you when we were playing with Gecko. I still almost half the time think that you live in Denmark. It's weird because I play with you way more.
Ship raised. Engines engaged. Landing gear retracted.
Though it is pretty close to you, isn't it? Let's see where our carrier is at. You're kind of neighbors, so it makes sense. Oh, there you go. I was disappointed the new Warframe thing is just literally just like a small mission to like grind out. I thought it would be something cool.
3, 2, 1. Engage.
Just some type of defense.
Warning. Great ship operating beyond safety limits.
entirely sure why, but for some reason today everything just decides to do its own thing. Definitely going to verify my files after stream though. Do you apparently need to be rank 4 with X reputation to be able to do it as well? Oh, well, that's annoying. If it was something where you could like grind out for the dojo or something, at least I could make a stream out of that. But if it's just literally doing like the same thing where you have to like go to the map, kill things, have a random chance of it, if it doesn't drop, do it again, and wait. That one I can't do near as much content on. So I like doing the story missions too. They had like a cool stalker thing going on, and then they dropped in 1999, and like I don't know where the stalker mission comes into play. So we named the baby stalker, so I assume that's eventually going to like pay off somewhere along the lines. They usually do a good job of tying things in. It's just so far that's the only one that's like stuck out. Like, why? What's it for? Yeah, hopefully your mother gives you good news and it's something small and easy for the doctors to fix with them.
Welcome, Commander. Docking permission.
To be honest with you, I got no idea. I never followed the story.
Docking request accepted.
Wait a minute, you skipped through the story even in Warframe? Like you never even watched the cutscenes in it? There's some pretty cool ones. If you ever get bored, I have the full playthroughs of the War Within on YouTube. That was actually, there's a lot of pretty cool cutscenes in there. There's a few that's a little odd. There's a lot of really cool cutscenes though.
Scan detected.
Obviously though, that's like a 5-hour mission.
You must deploy your landing gear, Commander.
Hull integrity compromised. Taking damage.
Docking complete. Ship is secure.
Alright, so we got that. Steel is now 100% finished. And now onto the titanium. We're getting there. Like 6 more trips.
Ship release confirmed. Ship departure confirmed.
You tried Elite Dangerous yet, Nico? I know you said you were downloading it earlier. Just to see what your thoughts are on it. I'm not sure if you would like it better. I know that this game has pretty good controller support. Like Mustang normally flies around with his PlayStation controller. So remember when I first started like the flight tutorial, I actually, one of the settings needed to be turned off for it to fly natural. There was something that was off about it. I can't remember what now though. I got downloaded but never got to try it before everything happened. At least you got it downloaded. Looks like Old was suggesting us to do Thargoids next time we get on, possibly. I think it's gonna be like 2 Tuesdays from now. It's Thursday we'll be flying out, so I won't be here for a week. And then once we get back, I haven't been playing last couple of weeks. What's the deal with the Trailblazer? Mega ship. Do they always have the stock? Fair prices? I don't really know if they are the best prices. I feel like you can probably get prices a little bit cheaper. So the Trailblazers are designed for the game to basically give us like a little bit more commodities, but the one really cool thing, if you don't want to have to go down to like the planet to buy like a whole bunch of random junk, like for example the CMM, I can get all the CMM I need at the Trailblazer. They also boosted the CMM drop rates, and they also boosted the membrane drop rates as well, so both of those shouldn't have an issue with like supplies anymore. So you have the base game, Nico. You technically, if you're wanting to like do like fully everything, then you would need the Odyssey edition, which would allow you to do more of the ground combat. But if you're just trying to do mostly space combat, you're playing on a Horizon Live build, which basically is the exact same universe that we're on. It's just that you won't be able to do the ground stuff. Yeah, it is good. And I highly recommend the Trailblazers. Like, once I get there, I'll show you the inventory. It's actually pretty big, and there's some stuff that it's just much easier to get here instead of jumping everywhere else. Working on 2 things at once, though, so it's kind of slowing us down a little bit. If we had just done the one, we would have been in and out much quicker. We'd probably be like, I'd say realistically, we'd probably be done with 1. So I'm doing like 33% on both. I'm glad I worked on the community goal then. CMMs alone being on a ship rather than a planet is awesome. Oh, most definitely. That's why I was super disappointed. I actually started the stream late because I was originally going to do Trailblazer Echo, and I could not for the life of me find a single place for my fleet carrier to park at. So honestly, you might have to park like to a system nearby instead of right on top of it. Like, once I land, I'll show you how many fleet carriers are here. Most of them are full. But they definitely have their own advantages, like CMM. There's like a lot of like very random technology stuff too.
Orbital flight engaged.
By the way, Gilgo, it looks like in the next couple weeks we'll be doing Thargoids on Tuesday if you're wanting to join us. More than welcome to. Do they have anything and everything you might need for building a station? So they say that Trailblazers is supposed to benefit. Look, actually, so I do have my sheet still that has both of my resources needed. We'll see if they have everything. Yes, actually, nice. So I will say I'm going to be out of town between the 27th and I believe it's the 4th. So we won't have any live streams during that, but the week after, everything will be back to normal. I've been itching to fight some Thargoids again. I actually need money again. Yeah, when I get back, I might try to do some engineering stuff. That way I can get everybody all caught up for Thargoids, then we'll be prepared for Tuesday. I don't know if it's going to have like everything though. I think it's going to have most of the stuff, but I don't think it's going to have everything.
Hull integrity compromised. Docking successful. Engines disengaged.
So ceramic composites, I know that's sold here. Move myself real quick. Alright, so they got the liquid oxygen, surface stabilizers, water. They don't have water purifiers, so that's one thing they're missing. Evac shelter, survival equipment, both of those are used common. Food cartridges, food vegetables, grain, all 3 of those are pretty common. CMM, we have 196,000, so you got plenty of CMM. 36,000 composites, that's another one they got plenty of. Polymer, 56,000. Semiconductors, superconductors. Build fabs, that's good. Crop harvesters, that's another one. Power cells. Geo. Power generators. Oh, they do have water purifiers, just in a different section. HE suites, that's another one, and the one imager. Those are kind of rare. So let's see, based on the list here. I don't think we had a mineral. Oh, yeah, we do. Microbial furnace. Do we have one of those? We do. Resonating separators. Got that too. Thermal cooling. Check. Yeah, it looks like this is a one-stop shop. It seems like mostly everything's here. They also have copper. So there might be like one or two things that's, you know, like out of the ordinary that you're not able to get to. But everything else looks like you should have plenty of commodities here. They sell the membranes though, that's another one that's pretty common. Let's see. Oh, yes they do. Now this one, they boosted them out a ton, but still kind of low. This one only has 11,746 in stock. Compared to everything else, that's the lowest one so far. That's not too bad. So the CMM selling at 54.78 and the galactic average is 59.72, so it is a little bit cheaper. I don't know if it's going to be the cheapest compared to like other places around, but it's at least going to have everything in one stop without having to go to the ground.
Cargo hold at maximum capacity.
Like when I said there's a lot of fleet carriers, I'm going to show you this ginormous list. Every one that I've found so far that has a Trailblazer, it's literally full of pages. Like, the entire time, just full of fleet carriers. So finding one that actually has like a spot to land your fleet carrier is going to be a little bit of a challenge, so you might have to land the system over. But even then, at least you're not having to land down at like the planetary sign, so I feel like that's still able to take advantage of it.
Landing gear retracted.
Viewer was able to point out earlier, if you're having like some weird stuttering in your game, another thing that you're able to do is on Steam click verify file integrity, and that should clear up your stutters. You might be missing a file.
Frameshift drive charging. 4, 3, 2, 1.
So you're doing with the strategy of filling up your fleet carrier with everything you need? Kind of. So I have two different things building inside of my system. Last night we were able to divide and conquer because we had a lot more people on. Tonight we only had 2. The other one got off kind of early though, so it's just been me, so it's slowed down quite a bit. But I'm just trying to buy like the ones in bulk. So like for example, we needed 8,000 steel, 5,000 CMM, and 5,000 titanium. So basically, I'm just putting all like the huge, large commodities onto the fleet carrier to jump it back to my station, and then everything else will be able just to grab like locally. Like, there's a lot of stuff once you get like your main facility built that's just like 92 of this, 100 of that. Most of that stuff we can just like gather super quick.
Operating beyond safety limits.
Just in case you don't know though, I'm sure you do, but if you try to buy something off your fleet carrier, you need to go in and out of your inventory, that way it actually updates. The game will technically have it so your ship is full, but if you don't do that, it's not actually going to like show you the commodities. It won't let you buy anymore because it knows it's full. But when you go to sell, it'll show 0 and you can't actually sell unless you log out, log back in. Unless you load out of the inventory page and back into it, then it'll pop up showing that you have a full amount inside of your ship. Seems to be a pretty common bug though, so I'm sure you've probably experienced it already. See, I'm kind of letting all of the beta parts of colonization cool off before I jump in, so I actually have no idea. Oh. So the selling part, that's the part that's completely fine, like, I don't have any issues at all, but the buying part, that's where it's hard. Now, once again, we're just doing it for people who don't know how to, but I can show you how to set up your fleet carrier, what I would recommend at least. That way you're able to not get robbed. There was a Reddit forum I saw where some guy like put a ticket in with FDev because they thought like the game was just like stealing all their commodities. It turned out that the poor guy had a sell order in for super cheap. So he was doing the same way I was doing it, but he accidentally had it open to the public, so people were just landing on his fleet carrier and buying like everything super cheap from him. Obviously, he was losing all of his stuff. It was awful. And since every fleet carrier is in every instance, technically, there's no way of actually like stopping somebody if they like see it on an R. It's like, oh, this is a great deal.
Protocols around this carrier. Docking request accepted. A landing pad can be assigned to you, Commander.
Each how long it takes this thing to stop.
Detected. Hull integrity compromised.
Here we go. There's like 4 events that way outside the map.
Deployed.
Really? Travis was on that earlier tonight.
Taking damage.
So with your fleet carrier, just in case you didn't know, or for people who are new to fleet carriers, if you head over to your homepage, you go over to carrier management.
Your ship has docked, Commander.
Go to your settings, and then you can have your docking access. This is where you can set it to friends only. You want to do that, or have it set to squadron only or squadron of friends, or if you're just doing this completely solo, you can have it set to none, that way you don't have to worry about it. But as long as you don't have it to all, you could actually do a sell order and sell your commodities super cheap. So like for example, our market here, clear the filters, we'll just do the ones in stock. And like, let's say we want our composites, we just have to click sell, trade the commodity. We can set our sell price. Since we're just offloading the cargo, it doesn't really matter, but we can put it at 5%. Click apply. That's why whenever we go to buy our commodities from our fleet carrier, it's only going to cost us 21, and only friends and squadron are able to land at the carrier, so it's not like you're going to get robbed. It'll also make offloading your carrier much safer, that we don't have to worry about your commodities being taken away from you. Also, one cool thing, if you happen to buy more than you need, like you can actually set the sell and buy price for the commodity, and it'll remember it. It's like, actually, I don't even think we need 1303. This is just from beforehand, but the composites should have remembered the exact price that we were selling and buying for. If we were to buy the composites, that's where you buy it, and then you go back inside the inventory, and then it'll load in.
Landing gear retracted.
Did you get that ring that Drewas was talking about last night, Nico? That's good. That'll give us something to do next time we play. I feel like that'll be fun to do in a group, because, I mean, multiple of us needed that ring anyways. It was from the mutated stuff.
Frameshift drive charging. Four, three, two, one. Engage.
Once again, if you guys are new here, we do stream Elite Dangerous on Thursday and Fridays, usually. Some days we might add more days or less, depending on if there's like crazy cool events going on, or if the community wants to do something fun. Like, for example, we will be hunting Thargoids on a Tuesday night here coming up pretty soon. I'll be sure to have that listed on the schedule though after the stream. See if I can figure out when, and then we'll do a poll for whenever people are wanting to see like engineering material and Guardian tech stuff. Since we got a fleet carrier, may as well jump around and actually be able to bring the community with us. Still trying to decide, Nico. I'm not sure what I'm going to be streaming tonight. I feel like a lot of people like New World and a lot of people like Star Citizen. So it's like a split up between the two. Obviously a lot of people like Elite Dangerous as well.
Warning. Ranging drive operating beyond safety limits.
On Tuesday I'm definitely streaming Assassin's Creed because I really like that game. I'm really surprised with it. They actually made it feel a lot more like the older school style. With a little bit of a cheesy storyline, but you know what? We usually do SC the whole week. New World, we only get 1 day a week. I've only done SC 1 day a week, actually. So don't want to get too burnt out on New World. Now that we have like, the whole Elysium Wild stuff to do, and then from there, it looks like it's just going to be grinding a bunch of like the dungeons and stuff, or collecting fiber. Well, apparently Elite and them are saying it gets fun once you get to that point, so I guess I'm interested to see like what that actually turns into. Just have gear grind left, to be honest, unless you want to hit rocks and stuff. And so you also don't like hitting the rocks. So I'm pretty sure the build that you have, Nico, for this game needs to be able to join us for like the Thargoid stuff. That'll be cool. I despise it, but if it's the must, then I'll do it a little at a time so I don't get burned out by it. Honestly, that's how I kind of feel too. It's like, oh, well, you're not gathering, your gather rate's not all the way up to 100. Which is kind of funny. Like, I don't mind gathering in a survival game. Like in Ark, we grinded out a ton. We made like our own like huge custom base in it. But it was more for like a team building thing. I don't know. When it involves more of a team, I feel like I'm more invested in it. Where it's a solo thing, I don't really care as much. It's cool being able to like build a base, change things around you. Versus, speaking of rocks, well, that's another thing that the PAX D game did. That one we spent like 20 hours. We didn't even have like a full castle. I don't know. They really need to increase the drop rate in that one. I mean, honestly, at this point, I don't necessarily need to fill up on titanium, because I could jump back and just grab, like, the rare stuff around here. I think most of this stuff I should be able to find close. It's just the HE, the imager, maybe the resonating separators. I don't know about those. The world is a bit like Black Desert, kind of. You gotta wait. Or you gotta work on your life skills, though. In Black Desert, you can use the stuff to build boats. Black Desert fun? Remember Mark was talking about it the other day. You both said you were burned on it already? Good, the level grind is a pain in the butt. Curious now.
3, 2, 1, engage.
I have to claim this point because A, I'm kind of curious to see if it's working again, and B, I want to know if I actually have an answer. See if he'll actually come up with something. Yesterday he decided to take a break, so we'll see if Mr. Gordon decides to join us again. What's something going down with the TTS though?
Warning, bridge design operating beyond safety limits.
Weird. So I guess that one is still having issues, so I might have to uninstall and reinstall the plugin, and maybe that'll refresh it. Hear that they popped up for a few hours, like last week? I did hear that the Thargoids tried to like take over, or actually no, Thargoid did actually claim a system. There's an actual place where like the Thargoids are the controlling faction, and then the people inside the area are like all zombified apparently.
Warning, bridge design operating.
I assume that's what you're talking about at least. Yeah, there's humans in that Thargoid faction. I kind of want to make an outlaw system that's inside the Thargoid area. But at the same time, I also want to have a system to where I can fight Thargoids without being jumped immediately by pirates. From the list, it looks like the membranes, resonating separators, robotics, the HE is probably the rarest stuff, and probably the thermal cool units too. Good news is a lot of the stuff is like super small, so we should be able to buy a bunch. Axie has been hard at work at claiming the Pleiades. Might actually have to go over there and grab one before I actually steal it all. It's not at all because the Axie group, you know, like, they're trying to take everything, but the Pleiades is kind of special to me. One night I was using my telescope and I accidentally stumbled upon that one. All things, I accidentally stumbled upon the Pleiades. Or that the Distant World 3 expedition might be trying to build a system out in Arn's Loop, which is crazy.
Welcome, Commander. Adherence to the system is appreciated.
Yeah, I'm wondering how far we're actually going to be able to push out the bubble.
A landing pad has been assigned to you, Commander.
Scan detected. Landing gear deployed.
What about you? Are you using the whole filling up your fleet carrier method, or are you just grabbing the commodities back and forth? I know this is using more tritium, but it feels like this is the fastest way to actually get everything done.
Taking damage.
Docking complete. Clamp engaged. Your ship has docked, Commander.
$2,210.
Ship release confirmed. Move clear of the landing pad.
Landing gear retracted.
It would be cool to actually have like one of the actual blue stars from the Seven Sisters be inside of your system.
Departure complete. Goodbye.
Wrong button. Yeah. Trailblazer Faith it is.
Frameshift drive charging.
So we should have everything we need in 4 trips or less. Once we max out on that, we'll grab the last bit of like random knickknacks, and then we'll head back over to our station. The full fleet carrier. This should last us quite a while. So we might use the time to grab like the smaller stuff, load it up, and then we'll just like have like the rest of the big stuff left over on the carrier.
Warning, graveship drive operating beyond safety.
I'm curious though how much the passive income is actually going to be for the system. If you're like your economy actually affects like how much you get paid. Trying to go down to one of my security installations that I built yesterday, and they were not too impressed with me. I made the whole system and they just acted like I was a stranger. They didn't even give me the keys to the city. I was trying to like walk around it to like inspect it to be like, oh, this looks cool. Nah, you saw me.
Wait a minute, Commander. Time to scan you.
They tried to arrest me. I wanted to shoot the guy, but then I thought, well, I spent all this time actually building the structure. Killing everybody wouldn't be very smart. So we walked away. After they basically threw us out of our own place that we built. As I had a war last week and I got 1K less than the week before. Really? Huh. So I'm planning for building on the system? Yeah, let me get to the fleet carrier real quick and then I'll show you what my general idea is. So far, the only thing that's FDev's confirmed is that the location of your spaceport needs to be hovering up above the moon that you have majority of your stuff that you want to sell at that place is at. So for example, my plan's going to be to have like the settlements, security, food stuff pushed a little bit further out. And we're going to be moving more of like the hubs and things like that over next to our main station's orbital center. That way you just go to the station's orbital center to like buy everything out of it. Just go out of the way to make sure you your background answer. That is exactly what I felt like. It's like, who are you? It's like, I'm the one who built you. Who are you? And fire this man. The one guy who was nice to me. He then decided to remove his compliment and immediately scam me afterwards.
Docking request granted.
Although in their defense, technically, until you improve your colony like a huge amount, it is a full dictatorship. Technically. Well, we appointed the guy in charge, so we should be above him.
Scan detected.
Slowly reverse. Now, my system design also is mainly going to factor in the fact that you would have to have a ground port. If you don't have any ground ports, then a lot of my system's not really going to matter. So let's head over to our system itself. So the only thing that I don't quite understand based on the way that they were describing it, like for example, our asteroid belt cluster is all the way over here, But that's kind of far away from the rest of the planet, so I don't know how it would ever pool commodities, so it's almost like they don't want you to build in the asteroid belt, but they have an asteroid base, so I assume that's where you would typically want your belt at. Somebody was saying they were able to build their asteroid base inside of a planet with a ring, but I don't see that option. Maybe if I had the points, I'd be able to see that here. I don't think so. So what my initial plan was, it was going to have like the ground conflict stuff be super close to our gateway. That way people would be able just to go inside the gateway, take the TDD down to the planet, and be able to like do the wars super quick. However, that's not going to actually be the case. So this new way of doing it, we have our tier 2 installations are going to be inside of here. So these are producing our industrial goods, and they're also extracting our refineries to get all that stuff up and running. But that's not actually going to be pulled from the gateway according to what the current chart is. So then we're going to have 3 hubs at this planet here, which is closest to our station. The hub should naturally gather more resources, and that's going to then be sold at our station. So the plan is going to be have a hub for refining, hub for industrial goods, and then a third hub, which I'm still trying to figure out if we want to do like technology or something else. And then that will be sold at that station there. Now, if you're wanting to have another station be able to like buy and sell, then you would have to have like another planet that's nearby be able to gather it. But I guess it would just be as long as you're in like this 3 bracket here, it wouldn't really matter which one you're at, where your station's at, and it should pull from it. I have a space. Forgive the name, I did not spend the 5,000 ARC for it. I have a space farm called the Rock Platform. I don't know why it's called the Rock Platform, but don't worry about that part. It produces food, but you can't actually land on it to buy the food. Oh, so we'll put it in the ring if I put the asteroid base here. Interesting. Thought it was going to have to be inside the belt over here. So what's the point of having a belt then if you can't do anything with it? Now, with that said, I have like my relays and stuff that people are never going to land over inside of like this area furthest away from stuff. There's some of the smaller things that just aren't too important, like for example, some of your outposts are going to be needed to be crafted for, the backwards. Some things on the ground are going to require installations to be built in order to actually get to it. So for example, this military tree, you had to have a, I want to say it was a satellite or a communication relay. I can't remember which one. It was a relay station actually. We had to build a relay station, which then we were able to build a military ground settlement. And from that military ground settlement, that allows us to come back over here and we're able to build a military installation. So everything sort of intertwines together, but for example, the military stuff you're never going to land at, so I would put them furthest away from places that matter to you. And I guess if you can have an asteroid base inside the ring, I'd put it inside of there instead of on this belt, since the belt's not going to be able to pull from anything. But with that being said, this gas giant's also not going to be able to pull any of the resources, like, unless we're able to build maybe one of these outposts you would be able to like sell goods from, but I don't. I mean, they got the space farm, but I can't pull from it at the station. I can't land to like buy commodities there, so I assume that our station also wouldn't be able to. Yeah. Basically, the general gist is hubs, you want to have them closest to your gateways. And then everywhere else, you just want to try to like fill in for smaller stuff. You are occasionally going to have to build things that you don't necessarily care about. And that's where like these outposts come into play in the installation. Some of them are going to reward you with construction points, which are then going to be used to build other things for your system. So it all sort of stacks on top of each other. The thing is, this thing has like almost an infinite supply, and I don't know if anything's ever actually ran out in it.
At maximum capacity.
So it always says 12.515 for the insulating membranes. I think that's going to be its max supply, even though it says low. It seems like that's what it's capped out at. However, it's also selling way more than the galactic average.
Ship released. Engines engaged. Landing gear retracted.
Alright, so let's see. So I believe it was just 4 trips that we have, and then we will be full. Now, the only thing that I'm kind of still trying to figure out, there was hubs and there was something else that we were able to build that required like everything else to be placed first. I assume hubs are going to be the one where you can get like the majority of your resources, but like some of the places that we were landing at for the CMM, they didn't look like the hubs, they looked like the other thing. I just can't remember the name of it currently. So we might have to build one of those, like our third one, and then have like a industrial and a refinery hub. That'll be like our 3 in like the main area there. In which case we'll probably build like a second spaceport where we'll have like our other 3 hubs. That way you just go to the system, you go to one station, you're able to buy majority of the stuff. You go to the next station, you buy like the other rare goods, like the high-tech stuff. Like there's a bunch of stuff that's going to be needed to place in the middle. And there's a lot of settlements that you're going to have to build in order to work your way slowly up to it. It's just like the military stuff. We just sort of put that off in the corner there. The military is not really going to be a place that we have to lay it at. We don't really care. So we'll stick that over in the corner, and that'll at least increase our system security, and we don't really have to think about it any. Same with the space farm or other smaller stations we can't land.
Safety limits.
Now with that said, it's kind of a shame that they don't let you do like a full-on like system architect build. So it would be super cool to combine the asteroid base with the bar, because they actually have a space bar that you can create. But imagine having a space bar inside of an asteroid. I feel like that would give like a very Star Wars-y vibe. Especially if you made it in like an outlaw system where you know, like you go to the asteroid base, then it's like a big giant bar. That'd be cool. Even then, like, I don't know, the asteroid bases look cool, and I think they always have an extraction economy, so that you should be able to get, like, most of your extraction goods from there, but I don't think they're going to be able to pull from anything like hubs or anything inside your area, because most asteroid bases are going to be out in the middle of nowhere on a ring planet, and they don't normally have any other moons near them. Ironically, the first system that we claimed, technically it had a name, and I let it go because I wanted a better system. It only had like, I think it was 1 planet and like 2 suns or something, but it had a name. thingy? What are you talking about?
Accepted. You are welcome to approach, Commander.
Unfortunately, it wasn't very good, and then we ended up finding one that was like right next to Capricorn B, which is where we typically find our planet at. So we decided to colonize that.
Landing gear deployed.
Although I know another community member, Jasper, he's pretty popular in Reddit, but maybe we'll try to help him colonize a place that he likes to farm platinum at, 'cause I know he uses a few different places out in the middle of nowhere. Maybe a while though before people could push that far.
Successful. Ship is secure. Welcome to this carrier, Commander.
And another thing I'm wondering, like with the Axie group colonizing the Pleiades, technically, I mean, it would be kind of costly. But if someone had like fully colonized the area inside the Pleiades, you could take the interstellar factors and just like fly over to it, couldn't you? Eventually, we're going to get to the point to like the crazy like brain trees and like the grade 5 engineering material. I'll see why we wouldn't be able to just like buy little shuttles over to those areas once we have enough stuff there. So that's going to be another interesting thing if they try to like block that, or if that's just going to be a thing eventually.
You have departed the no-fire zone.
Frameshift drive charged.
Obviously, you would still need to get your ship there, but instead of having to take a fleet carrier,
4,
you would just, you know,
2,
30,000 jump a few times and you'll be there.
warning. Frameshift drive operating beyond safety limits.
Jump in a fleet carrier, you won't be bothered. That is true. If you use one of the in-game ships to like fly you there, you also won't be bothered. Or I've never actually been interdicted in one. I don't know if they can be. It'd be super cool if you could see like one of them get interdicted by a Thargoid, and that they would have to like battle the Thargoid while you're the passenger freaking out. I think that'd be really entertaining. Maybe people would get annoyed at having to like sit there and watch the pilot like fight for them. It'd be like, you know, a movie and a show all in one. Not believe that we've been filling up this carrier for 5 hours now. Done a lot of moving goods tonight, though. Between me and friend, we moved 20,000 tons worth. Alright, so let's see. The good news is, obviously, since it's our system, we won't have any issues with dropping to a place that we actually need to go to.
Docking request granted. Scan detected.
So Wednesday I'll work on the schedule. Were you at the blockade of HIP 22-460, or how much Thargoid stuff have you done? I did a lot of it when they were attacking Earth, but other than that I haven't really done too much. I was not at the blockade. I saw that they were doing it, but we ended up doing engineering stuff that night.
Landing gear deployed.
I'd say somewhat experienced fighting Thargoids in space. Pretty experienced fighting Thargoids on the ground. What about you?
Hull integrity compromised. Docking successful.
See, so you did the Titan bombing runs, but not no. I did fighting Thargoids, yeah. Yeah, we did a lot of fighting Thargoids over on the ground when they were attacking like the ground ports over in Seoul. We also took on the Thargoids over inside of the Titan area too, and did the Titan bombing. It's not the best when it comes to fighting Thargoids with the swerves. That's exactly where I started too. Oh, nice! Yeah, I noticed a lot of people seem to really enjoy the Thargoid content.
Cargo hold.
Oh, you didn't have a chance to do any of the Titan bombing? We'll say when I was starting out,
Engines engaged.
I was kind of stubborn and was using ships that were unengineered, so it definitely was a lot harder to do it. We're actually surviving for the most part. Doable, yes. Recommended, not necessarily, since you do spend a decent amount of money whenever you blow up on repairs. I'm no way pro at Thargoids, just competent.
Frameshift drive
You
charged.
joined the Axie group? Have you been to their Discord before? Or not Discord, their private server, I mean.
1.
I
Engaged.
assume they have a Discord too, though. Kind of want to have a ship that can like insta-give Thargoids, but at the same time, I don't necessarily want that because I feel like it'd be kind of boring just to like insta-kill it every single time. Like, oh, here's a Thargoid, boom, dead. It just takes the fun out of the battle. With that being said, though, obviously, if you have like a Hydra, which would do way more damage if you're able to actually insta-give like the smaller ones. Ever since Earth got attacked, I have been a personal quest to fully engineer and immerse myself into an axe. I got in the Axie Discord, nice. Still need to join that one. Which ship are you trying to engineer for it? Are you using the Crate Mark II, the Mandalay, or the Python? The Anaconda and Corvette.
Warning. Frameshift drive operating beyond safety limits. Warning. Frameshift drive operating beyond safety limits.
Crate 2 Classic, I had it semi-engineered before Earth, so I stuck with it. Hey, there you go. I heard the Mandalay is really good for it, but it's also much weaker on its own compared to the Crate Mark II, so the Crate's just better for like the survivability, but the Mandalay is better for actual like staying cool. Which in theory makes it so you don't get hit as often since Thargoids can't see you, so it's hit or miss which one you actually want to do. Tried to do it in the Corvette last time, but I was a little sloppy with it. Yeah, I was part of the Cosicho fight too. We actually got to see him blow up. I swear it said something though, I can't remember if people said they found something or not. I imagine the Mandalay also never gets hit in the right pilot's hands. Yeah, the Mandalay is pretty nimble. And it's run super gold. I don't know if it's as strong as the other ones. I don't think it has as many hard points. So that's why the Crate Mark II is still like the preferred like cheaper one, where the Anaconda and Corvette are more of like the high range one. Apparently the melee is really good if you have more than one melee in the area helping you. It's more like a swarm. It's more like a piranha pack mentality. Do you have any of your Guardian weapons for your Darkoid hunting ships? Do you have the multi-cannons for the Azimuth, or do you have the like Guardian Tech Gauze cannons or any of that?
Docking request accepted. Maintain an appropriate speed during approach.
Landing gear deployed. Scan detected.
Still have a little bit more engineering to do to my Crate Mark II to fully get it outfitted. Have everything unlocked now? Sweet.
Hull integrity compromised. Taking damage.
The thing I forgot the name of, but something you can't get without the Live Titans.
Docking confirmed. Clamp engaged. Welcome to this carrier, Commander.
I don't think there's anything you actually have to have a Live Titan for. Might be more common with a Live Titan, but I don't think anything actually requires the Live Titan. Alright, 690 for that. That's only gonna leave 100, yeah. So we'll do one full trip then. So, hold on. So 690, that'll max it down, so we don't have to worry about that. Then we'll go through the list there, we'll go back to the ship, and then we'll buy all the rare ones. So 2 more trips. This is going to be it for like the maximum the fleet carrier.
Landing gear retracted.
It's nice that we haven't crashed either. It must have just been some weird thing with friends earlier. I'm gonna say that Sears Tech axe weapons need a place from Live Titans. Give it a piece from Live Titans? I don't think so. They don't have Live Titans anymore, so
Frameshift
I'm
drive.
pretty sure that I had all the Serious Axe weapons.
3, 2, 1. Engage.
If they are, I'm sure you could probably buy it on someone's fleet carrier.
Operating beyond safety limits.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of the commodity because I know there was some on there, but I'm pretty sure everything was still around the dead Titans. So you'll just have to fly over to one of like Titan Cosija, for example, since he's the easiest one to get to. And that should at least be able to get you majority of the stuff you need. Although it helps if you have an anti-corrosive cargo rack. Oh, that's what I'm missing. I don't have my Thargoid bobblehead on my ship. I don't have the Guardian stuff that has the anti-Guardian field resistance. What a name. Gotcha. Okay. Yeah, I'll have to look into that and see. I'm pretty sure even dead Titans should get us the parts for it. That's a good point. I'll do some research, and if I can figure out how to do it, I'll definitely let you know. I don't remember well, I don't remember anything special in the live one when we were mining it at that.
Docking request granted.
Alright, one last load of metals, then we'll come back to get like the random knickknacks, and then by the time we do that, the fleet carrier should be ready to go, and we'll be back inside of our home station.
Hull integrity compromised. Docking successful. Engines disengaged.
Alright, so let's see here. So we need 690 of you. And the plan is just going to keep a full ship afterwards. And then that should be technically 20,760. So we'll make this, we'll go back to the station, we'll grab up all the small knickknacks that we think might be rare, that way we don't have to like go around, jump around. The Monon stuff, that one we're definitely going to be grabbing, and like some like the HE components, just because I think they're harder to find and they're easier to find on these bigger ships. Hardened surface fragments, they're only level 1 material. Yeah, I think you can still find those. Let's see here, so fleet carriers. He said he was trying to build the anti-guardian field resistance. That way his other parts weren't getting affected by Thargoids.
Frameshift drive charging. 4, 3, 2, 1. Engage.
I do remember farming the hardened surface fragments though. I think I was still able to do it off of Tyrannus though, if I remember right. Look back and see. Pretty sure I did.
Warning, frameshift drive operating beyond safety limits.
So looking for hardened surface fragments. I'll have to check, but I may have 1 or 2 spare. Are they only from live Titans old? Or are you able to get them from dead ones? Do you remember? I assume since there's no more live Titans that they have to be sold somewhere else. No more no more Titans for now, I should say. Huh. Interesting. Oh, it's a material, not a commodity. I'm interested. So do I have any of that?
Welcome, Commander. Remain aware of other ships in your vicinity.
Oh, is it this hardened surface fragments? Is that what you're talking about? Yep. Now, what's your thoughts on the Titan seemingly reforming? I think it'd be really cool. So, honestly, it seemed like that one was more of a scout party. Like, they come in kind of aggressive, yes, but like the final Titan, was he really like that crazy? It didn't really like come off to where it was like some huge like epic clash. Like there was no like huge like end world breaking thing with that Titan. It almost feels like he's like the scouting Titan, like
You are welcome to approach, Commander.
sort of like if you play any like Total War games or like a Command and Conquer game, you scan like a giant scout party. He seemed like he was more of a scout party that was just like putting smaller dudes out to survey the land, and I feel like they could introduce like a destroyer class Titan where he's going to be much tougher and scarier. Like the Titan running honestly wasn't too bad to do the bombing runs, but imagine something that's actually like much more aggressive. Like the Titan really didn't do anything. He just like sat there and took the hits, and he spawned some stuff in every now and then. But one that actually attacked you back whenever you get close to it, like one that wants to fight, that'd be interesting.
Landing gear deployed.
Well, I mean, the Titan attacked by defense, but he never really was the true aggressor. Imagine a Titan aggressor. It's not happening would be cool, though. Yeah, I'm sure it wouldn't happen. A lot of my ideas would never happen, but I just give whatever I think would be cool, and then I say it. Sort of like Thargoids. I don't know why. It'd be so cool to have like a Gears of War 5 extraction mode. I don't know how many of you ever played Gears of War 5, but basically they have like this big hive mode where you infiltrate in, and then you have to like go out through several nests with like other, I don't know what that would be, Gears or whatever, but use it as like an excuse to have like an actual like raid boss dungeon fight with like other commanders like on the ground. That'd be cool to have like an up to 20 person like raid area where people like join in together, and then you have to do like this infiltration mission with commanders to like hunt down Thargoids on the foot ground area and like stop them from being able to like breed or duplicate or however they actually like make more of. I think that'd be a really cool thing, to really cool mode and a really easy storyline to make. If the engine can handle it, and, you know, everything else, but that's what I would do with Thargoids. We now have a full carrier. Put Thargoid stuff in the Titan world would be sick. I've never heard someone bring that up. Oh, it's most definitely not confirmed. Like I'm just saying what I think would look cool. I have no information on that, but that's what I would do. Like something along the lines of that.
Landing gear retracted. Scan detected.
I'm scared either way. That's why I want to always be on the cutting edge of axe tech. Yeah, thank you. Spire sites were awesome on the ground. Yeah, unfortunately, I missed out on the spires. Like, I got in, like, right towards the tail end of it, and by the time I was prepared, they were gone.
Launch successful. Goodbye.
Feels very weird flying without your co-pilot. That's why it's so quiet. I usually hear all like the space chatter. It's a line, just jump.
2, 1, engage. Warning, breach defined operating beyond safety limits.
Sorry we're not able to help you with your hardened surface material. I could have sworn that you'd be able to get it from dead one too. And eventually they have to have another live one. I'm going to go the Jurassic Park approach. They're going to go with something bigger, scarier, with more teeth. Spires Pond Rescue, that was loads of great content. Yeah, I think that's kind of what I was thinking would be like a cool mode. I'm surprised they don't have that still. Or even like Thargoids like attacking like ground settlements. Honestly, I thought that was like one of the funnest gameplay loops. Like, I know it doesn't take as much skill to do it when Thargoids are like in the surface area, but it helps like newer commanders learning how to axe combat, fight the Thargoids without worrying about the swarms like chasing you and killing you immediately. Like, I think that's a really good way to train people to do it. So I personally believe they should still have like the ground settlements under attack, or like different ground sites you can fight on. With that being said, Elite Dangerous is a very massive universe, so there might still be like spires and other stuff that we just physically don't know where they're at yet. Eventually we might accidentally stumble upon it. There's like, you know, the racks a lot of stuff. Like, there's a lot of stuff out there that could still be there that people just haven't found a way yet. Like, I think there was a brand new like grade 5 area that someone found in the bubble that I guess people just like jumped in the area and jumped past it. No one ever actually landed at it. It was either grade 5 or Guardian Side, or it was something. I think it was Guardian Side actually.
Docking request granted.
Sorry, that was kind of rude of me. I just now realized. What do you think they would do with the Thargoids, Gilgo? What are you wanting with them, content-wise? Same with you, Old. What would you want with Thargoids? Do you think they're to improve upon it, or? Night, or maybe even just like make a video of it. I'm going to show what the Gears of War 5 mode is that I keep referencing, that way people who have no clue what I'm talking about actually can see it. So large area permitted launch believed to be Thargoid 2. Yeah, I saw some people speculating that they were going to like push forward and like try to go into that area next or something crazy like that. Let's see, so let's send our fleet carrier back home. See, now this is the weirdest part. They don't actually have your station in part of this list. Let's see, hold on. Are they able to colonize right now in Colonia? So as long as they have a colonization contract, you should be able to. But I think it's dependent on the bubble, so I'm not sure if you're actually able to. I think they'll attack Colonia next. The only problem with them attacking Colonia is that's like very far away. Let's see, hold on. So I guess it's Jurassic. I don't even know what to call this place. Oh, do they have the Thargoids there? I don't know, I don't think so. I haven't heard any of the Axie groups going over that far. So the orbital construction, that's kind of far out the way. That's going to require the most amount of random junk, so I probably should put it here. Alright, so we got 15 minutes. Let's see what we got here. So now is when we want to buy all the rare goods. Fill up to 760. And be happy with our choice. Let's see here. So, HE Sweets, let's go and grab these. So we want 42 of you. Robial Furnace. Actually, the Munyon. Was that not actually needed for this one? Sorry, currently I'm just looking over at my sheet to see all the materials. Apparently we don't need you. Resonating separators though, we do need this. Alright, so it'd be 4 to 3 of that. Phonics, we need 157. That's kind of high, so hold on. Advanced catalyzers. So we'll need 118 of you. Power cells are kind of annoying to find, so I think we'll buy that all. They're not too far away though. Probial furnace, that's another one I haven't really bought too often, so we'll get 245 of this. Microcontroller. Mineral extractors, I think that's kind of close by. Semiconductors, that's close. Structural regulators, that's close. Thermal cooling, I don't think we see that too often. Insulating membrane, that's going to be probably a pretty big one to get since it seems to be such a pain, so grab 230 of you, which, I mean, it should be populating close by. Yeah, because it looks like everything else should be relatively there.
Maximum capacity.
Alright, let's head back to our ship.
Ship released. Engines engaged. Landing gear retracted.
Trailblazer Faith, you have done your service tonight. I appreciate it. Still in the process. I got a little bit more work to do, but I'm also currently making a flight hatch for this game.
Frameshift drive charging.
Got everything cut, I just need to put them all together now.
1. Engage.
Thanks again for all the people who decided to stick around for tonight's stream after the raid. I really appreciate you guys staying.
Warning. Frameshift drive operating beyond safety limits.
Alright, so now we'll be heading back over to our hometown. I think most of this is going to be going over to the fireplace that I have inside of my ship currently. But at least then we'll have everything inside of one system. And the rest are just going to be like random knickknacks and to offload the carrier. So I think most of the stuff should be taken care of at least. Although currently if you finish a building, so like for example our industrial facility that we built last time, it's not actually going to update your economy until the weekly uptick. So you have to wait till Thursday for everything to get refresh. So I think currently we're able to buy our food, like food cartridges, already inside our station. So we do have that inside of our local area. Sorry, they won't be found in our gateway, but we'll at least be able to find it inside of our system. So my goal is to have a place that people are able to go to help them colonize without having to like go too far. Then we'll be able to expand upon it earlier.
In 5, minutes.
Find like our own new places.
Welcome, Commander. Communications are open if you require docking access. Attention, this carrier has scheduled a hyperspace jump.
Especially if we can have access to like 1 or 2 stations, like to sell everything that we don't have to go to the ground settlement points.
Docking request accepted. A landing pad has been assigned to you, Commander.
Scan detected. Hull integrity compromised.
Yeah, it's fine, I'll buff out.
Landing gear deployed.
One thing I hate about the cutter, it takes forever to actually slow down. I like the acceleration in it though.
Taking damage.
90%, so we gotta be kind of careful whenever we offload our goods. We'll be
Docking
fine.
successful. Ship has docked. Your ship has docked, Commander.
Sorry again for starting the stream later tonight. We were supposed to start, I think it was like an hour earlier than when we ended up doing it. We ran into some issues trying to figure out like where the next Trailblazer would be, so I took a little bit of searching around on the internet to find out where I could find Trailblazer that wasn't completely full of random fleet carriers all over the place. By the way, Gilgo, if you are planning on using your fleet carrier to buy the stuff at the Trailblazer, you're welcome to take my fleet carrier spot, because they do typically fill up pretty quickly, it seems. Is there a plan on where you're finding Thargoids in a next Tuesday? BA60 is great for groups. We'll have to look into it. I'll have to see where we did it last time. Is that inside of the Pleiades sector? Letting the beta breathe before I jump in, that's honestly probably the best plan. By the time you jump in, a lot of like the CMM and like the insulative membranes, all that stuff's already going to be adjusted. That way you don't have to worry about having to go 300 stations just to get your stuff done. Looks like I made it just in time. California sector. Maybe. We mostly focus around the Pleiades. Yeah, most definitely. Alright, so hold on, while we 3 minutes of jumping, let me pull the calendar real quick. So I will be back, so
Attention.
depending on jet lag on when I actually get in, we might be doing a a Friday stream of Elite Dangerous on the 4th to try to get like some engineering materials if people want to join us. And then on the 8th, which will be Tuesday, we do the Thargoids then. That way, if anyone needs engineering stuff to get caught up for the Thargoid night, we'll be able to grab that beforehand.
Landing pads retracted. Hangar bays secured.
Like I said, everyone's welcome to join us if they wish.
Maintenance task confirmation is acknowledged. All decks are prepared for hyperspace.
T-minus 1 minute.
Attention all carrier crew. Frameshift drive engaged. Attention. Counting down to jump. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Jump successful. Telemetry checks in progress.
Sweet home.
Attention. Carrier lockdown has ended. All services have resumed.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, I guess I'll go the other way around. Alright, so once you get back to your place that you're wanting to sell from, you can go to a terminal or you can do it from the side of your ship. Here you can go to the carrier management screen. And the easiest way that I found to do it is you click on commodity trading, manage market. Then you can use the filters category. Just click clear filters, click in stock, click apply. And then from here, just click on any commodity that you want, sell it. Personally, I'm selling it and buying it at 5%, and I have it locked to myself, so no one else can land here except for friends who are also working on it with me. And I just sell it at 5%, then Be super easy, quick, and cheap. Once again, though, if you're doing this method, wait for carrier management to load. You want to have your settings, and then where it says docking access, you can either have this restricted so only you can land there, or have it set to friends only, or squadron and friends if you're in a squadron that you trust. That way people don't come to your area and steal all of your commodities, since it is going to show up on Inara whenever it does update. We have moved a ton of goods for tonight, so that's actually going to be it. We will find someone to raid out, though. I appreciate everyone sticking by, and I look forward to hunting Thargoids with you after I get back from vacation. For any of you who are interested, we also do Star Citizen on Mondays, and you guys are welcome to join us there if you decide to. Yeah, you too, buddy. Have a good night. Yeah, thanks, Dystopian. I appreciate it. Or, sorry, Dystopia. It's a boss lady. Is she back online? Alright, so she's currently off. Oh, there we go. The hour back. Is that a different one? Hold on. Sorry, someone was doing a 24-hour stream for us, so I was going to raid the people who raided us a long time ago. Yep, that is him. Alright, so let's see. So, thanks again. I will see you guys in the next one, Commanders. Have a good day, afternoon, evening.